So hybrid conglomerates webinar is going to be using Cinema 4D and Corona Renderer for Cinema 4D. It's really funny because you're using Corona Renderer, and ever since coronavirus, every time I make a post about your webinar, Instagram automatically puts on the bottom, find COVID-19.
Yeah, dangerous stuff. Yeah.
Because
it also helps with like going viral,
yeah.
Corona without renderer.
So it's like, Instagram is like scanning your text for the word Corona, which is really interesting. And if it finds the word Corona, it's putting automatically this informational. So I thought that was really interesting. Anyway, so Ayoub is Dubai-based architect and computational designer interested in complex geometries, generative design, and exploring the ability to connect various design workflows with computational strategies and parametric modeling in order to facilitate design projects complexities. He is an accomplished and solution-oriented architect with hands-on experience designing buildings and landscapes. Ayoub specializes in identifying and resolving technical design problems by utilizing established standards, computational design methodologies, and BIM technologies. Ayoub's favorite software of choice is Cinema 4D. It is a primary tool in which his designs come to life. So let's hand this over to you. I'm going to be here the entire duration. I'll let you know if anything goes wrong. Sure. Reach out to me. Take your breaks as you need. And for the participants here, just keep in mind, that's my message that I wrote, that everyone learns at a different pace. So there is a recording. If you can't keep up, you'll have the recording, to watch. So don't feel like you need to, keep up with Ayoub. And make sure you switch your chat to say everyone so that you're writing to everyone and not just me. And if you have a question, please use the Q&A button. So if you see in your Zoom panel where all the buttons are, there's one that says Q&A. Just press that and you can ask questions there. It'll put them in like a little Q&A box that we can keep track of so they don't get lost in the chat. Other than that, I'll hand over to you. And just a reminder, you can turn off your camera when you start teaching the software, just so that things run smoother.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mike, for the introduction. And thank you for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be with Design Morphine. I'm not going to add anything. I will share my screen and stop my video. And let me guys know if you can see my screen.
Yep, we see it.
Cool. Okay, so we are here in Cinema 4D, and we're gonna do a quick overview for the user interface. It is like super user-friendly interface. First, we're gonna go to edit, because if it is this is the first time you are using Cinema, it could be like you're gonna have these yellow icons that, because it's highlighting the new features in the software. So you're gonna go to edit, preferences, to viewport display, interface, and then under highlight features, we're gonna switch it off. So we get rid of these yellow icons. And important thing to do also, to go to files and enable autosave. I think by default it's off, and that's very dangerous because sometimes the files crash, and in Cinema, once you have like a crashed file, you will not be able to restore it. So it's very important to enable the autosave. And also we can go to memory and increase the undo depth. I'm not sure by default how much it is, but we should increase it a little bit so we can undo more during the work. And yes, that's it for the preferences. So now we're gonna cover some tools, and then we're gonna cover more as we go. We don't have to, we don't need to explain every single thing in the interface. But as a start, if we go to this icon here, click and hold, we can see that this is the primitives that we can start with. If you hover over this one here and release, it will give you this pop-up menu that you can use it if you want, keep it here. We're not going to do that. Let's click and hold, go to cube and drop, and we're going to see the cube in the viewport. We're going to see it also in the upper right corner here, which is the object manager. Basically, anything we're going to drop in the viewport is going to be represented in the object manager. And we're going to pay a lot of attention to this part because in our webinar today, we're going to try to keep the workflow procedural as much as possible. So we're going to work a lot on this section here. Down here, we can see the attribute manager where we can see the object properties. We can change some properties of the objects. And to mention the movement in the viewport, we can use these icons here. First one for the band, the move. Second one, zoom in and zoom out. Third one is for orbit. But we're not going to use this icons during the workflow. So we're going to press Alt on the keyboard with left mouse button to orbit around the object, Alt with middle mouse button to move, and with the right mouse button to zoom in and zoom out. So let's move to this one here. We can see if we click and hold, we can see that this is the spline modeling tools and some primitives for the splines also. We can drop them in the viewport, see them again in the object manager and adjust their properties. Third one is for the modifiers, and this related to the objects. This one related to the splines, extrude, loft, and sweep, as we can see in Rhino. This tab over here, it's related to the mode graph menu here. And basically, the tools here, it's a summarized representation to the full set of tools that we can see on these menus here. So sometimes we're going to drop them from here. Sometimes we have to go there because some tools, it's not highlighted in these icons here. For this one, we can see these pink icons, which is the fields, and fields inside Cinema 4D. It's basically same as, let's say, the attractors in Grasshopper. You're going to see that later. This one here for the deformers and like twist, bend, all this stuff. And if we like, we can see that we have different colors for these tools. And it's nice because inside Cinema 4D, like the different colors, like we have purple, we have pink, we have green, can help us like separate the tools by the colors, or the functions by the colors. So again, if we click and hold and drop, let's say we want to use a subdivision modifier. If we release, we click on it, release, we can also see it on the viewport. We're going to see how we can activate these modifiers. But for now, let's delete these two and continue a little bit on the interface. Here we have the icons related to the render settings, render, and we're going to see that later. This one for setting up the coordinate system between the object and the world. It's not going to give us a change now because we are selecting a primitive and we are on the object mode. So basically it's going to stay the same in this case. This is for the axis vectors. We're going to switch them on, off to enable them, disable them. We can scale on. We're going to see that also. This one here show us the recent used tools. And these three icons for the move, scale, and rotation. And the shortcut for these tools is E for move, R for rotation, and T for scale. We're going to be using also, we're going to mention each shortcut for the tools, and we're going to see where we can find it. But it's good to always try to get to use the shortcuts. And here we can see the selections tools. We're gonna mainly use the first two, which is the live selection and the rectangle selection. And the shortcut for these two is 0 for the rectangle selection and 9 for the live selection. And as we can see in the live selection, we have a circle around the cursor. We can scale it up and down by click and hold the middle mouse button and drag right and left. What left selection do, it's basically you can click and move. Let's add another object here. Click and move. When we touch the object, it will select. And for the rectangle selection tool, basically, here we need to mention that it's selecting the primitive. We're going to see later when we get to selecting the points. There's something we have to do to make this functional as we want. For now, let's go back to the box, to the attribute manager. Here, as we mentioned, it's still a primitive in its parametric state. So we can adjust the size from here, from the properties. We can add segments, change the size, all this stuff. Now, if we click on the empty area here or here, now we no longer see the subdivision lines. And that's because if we go to the display mode, we are on the road shading. In order to see the lines, we have to switch to road shading lines. And the shortcuts between these two is NA and NB, as we can see. So now let's try to go here. And as you can see, we have the point, edges, surfaces, which is basically should enable us to select the points or the edge or the surfaces, but it's not working right now. And that's because, as we say, the object is still primitive or parametric object. In order to be able to edit it manually, we have to convert it to editable geometry. So we can do this by right-click on the object and choose Make Editable, or we can press C on the keyboard, or we can also choose this icon here on the top left corner. And they're gonna break this object or bake it or convert it to editable mesh. And now if we click on the points, we can see that we can select the points, as we mentioned, with the live selection. Or we can select the edges. We can select the surfaces. Now, if we click on the edges and hover over them with the live selection, we can see that we can select multiple curves here, or once we hover over it, we can select it. Let's jump to the rectangle selection tool and try to select them. As we can see, they are not selecting. In many different softwares, if you draw from right to left, you will select anything you touch within the rectangle. And if you switch from left to right, you can only select what's inside this rectangle. But in Cinema, in both ways, it's only selecting what's inside. And in order to make it able to select anything that it touch, we need to make sure that we are on the rectangle selection. So we activate its properties under the attribute manager, and then we can check the tolerance selection. So now we can select anything that rectangle is touching. And it's also important to pay attention, because in this case, if we select these three, if you move around, you can see that you selected also this stuff. So basically, it's selecting everything, what you see and what's behind. So it's very important to pay attention, because sometimes you'll be working and you select this point. From here, it looks like you selected only this point. You move, and later, after like half an hour, you will see that you are also working on the other side. So pay attention for this one. Now let's select this surface and go to this one here, which is enable axes, and the shortcut is L. Now we can move this surface, but if we click on this one, Now we are moving only the pivot or the axis. And this is also important to pay attention for because, okay, deselect something. Yeah, if we selected multiple stuff and we want to deselect, we can press Ctrl and deselect one by one, or click Shift again and add one by one. Yeah, for the questions, let's send them to the Q&A so I can notice that there is a question. Now, yeah, let's get back to this one. If we enable it, we are only moving the axis. So now if we move here and disable it, now we can move this surface from this point here. That could be very helpful sometimes. Yeah, the R25 is have a little bit differences because they add new stuff there. We are basically working like, okay. You can find the same tools, but it's, yeah, slightly different user interface. And that actually comes after the we mentioned the required softwares. Okay, for now I will continue with this one, and you can later basically we're gonna explain how we can find all the tools, even if it is not from the same user interface. Yeah, but yes, but when we shared the required application, there were no R25 with a new user interface. Okay. The workflow is still the same. The tools are still the same. So basically, it's going to be the same tools for each software. And you can also like do a quick video for the user interface on 25. And basically, we are focusing on the technique in this case. So we have to pay attention for this one here, because sometimes you're gonna press L on the keyboard accidentally, activate and deactivate this one, and that's gonna change. You will like find yourself not moving what you want because accidentally pressed L. And that happened to me, and I think it's gonna happen to everyone. So yeah, pay attention for this point. Then we're gonna talk about the solo mode, where we can select the object. Let's add another one. See that if we selected this object and activated solo mode, we can only see the object that we selected. Turn it off back, select this one, and again, we can see only the object that we selected. Now, we have also the adaptive solo, where we can basically, if we selected the object from the object manager, we can switch between them and it will only show what's selected in the object manager. Let's turn it off and go to this one here, which is basically the snaps. We can select the object, enable the snaps by clicking, or click and hold to see the different options for the snap that we can use. We can use vertex snap, intersections, grid snap. And if we enable the grid snap for now, let's see, now start snapping to the grid. We can also snap to other objects if we have, by these different types of snapping options. And important thing to mention here is the work plane option here. So for this one, if we switch to this one here, it's basically switching from the object to work plane, and now we can move the whole work plan. We don't want to do that, but this is pay attention to this one. Let's go to object and click and hold on this one. We can see that we have locked work plane. We have align to X, where we can align it to X, align to Y, which is basically what we are working on right now, and align to Z. Now the X, Y, and Z, it's not the same in Rhino. Let's align it back to Y. The Y is up in other softwares, the Z is up. And also that can affect the export sometimes. So keep that in mind if you are exporting from different softwares. Cool feature also is that we know that we have in Rhino something called align C plan to the selected object, where we can switch all the C plan to match the surface or the set of point or whatever. And we have that here. If we click and hold here and go to align work plane to selection, now we have the whole work plane aligned to this selection. Now that's very useful in some cases. You want to place an object in a specific orientation. Now, if we click and hold and drop a cone, for example, we can see that it is aligned to this new work plan. And another one is, let's get back to the original, align to Y, and then let's choose the last one, which is align selection to the work plan. And in this case, it will move the selected geometry to match the work plan. And that's also very helpful. You can do this in many different ways, but yeah, it's very handy command here. So now let's set back to Y. And what else we have in the user interface? We have this section here, which is basically for the materials. If we double click, we can see that we created new material. You can also create, like based on the render engine that you have. This one is the default material. You might need, for example, we're going to use Corona, then we're going to need to create Corona material in this case, not the basic default material from Cinema 4D. How to apply the materials, we're going to talk about that, but basically either by dropping the material on the object or by dropping the material on the object here on the object manager. And we can see that we have the material as a tag beside this object. Now, everything we're going to add to the objects, if it is a set of selections, face selections, whatever, it's going to show up as a tags here. And that's very helpful. We can like keep the workflow organized and don't get lost. And here we have like basically this coordinates. It works when we're going to be working on the meshes, and we're going to explain that. See, when we are moving the point, now we can see that this is moving. It's not for the object, it's basically for the points, edges, and polygons. We might not use it because sometimes it could be tricky, and sometimes it works as we want, sometimes no. We will see how we can do stuff in different ways. And here we have the timeline where we can play if we have an animation. We're gonna talk about that also. But basically, anything in Cinema 4D that has these little dot on the left side in the attribute manager or everywhere, basically that means that you can animate this. So if we say we're gonna start, this is the coordinates of this object, we're gonna start from minus whatever and at the 0 and click here. Now we have a key and on the 0, let's move to 90, move it here. Now we can see that it turned yellow because the timeline changed and the value changed. We can click again Now we have this path. So now if we started the animation, our geometry would move. We're going to talk about animation later. The object properties can be accessed and modified. Yeah, it could be, but we'll talk about that. Now for this object, for example, in this case, it is a primitive where I can change the size based on these parameters. I can change the subdivisions from these parameters. But if I switch or I make it editable, which means it's no longer a parametric object, it's a mesh. Now I have to adjust this stuff from here by the points and the edges, or by scaling it up and down. I no longer have the access to the parameters that I had before because I changed the state of the object. So whenever we have the same state of the object, we can still have the options or the parameters. When we switch to another state, we're gonna still have some option, but it is not the same. We're gonna also cover that in the coming exercises. And yeah, now let's see, we have this object. Let's go under the attribute manager. We can see the coordinates. If it is an primitive, or if it is a modifier, or something has parametric parameters, we can see an object tab where we have different properties for this object. Once we have a mesh, we no longer have this object tab. But we're gonna have the basic for everything. We're gonna have the coordinates for everyone. So now let's jump to the basic and see what we have. Let's delete this one and this one. Stay with this one. Now, under the basic, we have the name of the object that might be used later. We have the layer of the object. We can access the layers if we click here. On the attribute manager, on the right side, we can switch to layers where we can add layers and change the object layer. We are not gonna work with the layers for today, but here we can find the layers. Let's go back to the attribute again. Okay. Let's select, go back to the attribute. And here we can see these two options, which says visible in editor and visible in renderer. Now, visible in editor means here, and renderer means when we click render. We can keep it on default, or we can switch it on or off. Let's switch it off, and that will hide it in the viewport. And we can see that we have this red dot here, which is represent the state of the visibility in the viewport. It's either red, which means off, or green, which means on, or default, which is gray. We can switch them from here, or we can click on this icon to switch between default, on, off, for the viewport and for the render. Now, why we have this green one? That's gonna be helpful if we have, let's say, two objects inside a group. And the way I can add these two objects to group is by selecting them and click Alt and group, Alt G on the keyboard. That's gonna give me a group, which basically it's gonna put these two objects under a null object, or I can add a null object from here. If we click and hold, select null, and then we can select the object and drop them under this null. But basically, we're having a group in this case. shortcut to copy object, if you press Alt on the keyboard and drag, sorry, Control and drag, it will give you a new copy. We're gonna get to that, or you can click here and drag with Control and have another copy. Then we can move. We're gonna get to this stuff while we are working. We don't want to cover everything before we start. In this case, we will not finish today. So we want to cover as much as possible tricks and techniques. So we have to like be a little bit fast. And yeah, so why we can have this green one? Because sometimes I have a group with a list of objects under this group, and then I hide my group. I don't want to see the group, but there is a specific object inside this group that I wanted to show. And in this case, if I click and make it on, that's going to show this object even if the group is hidden. So that's why we have the on object, the green one. Same for the render, works in the same scenario. And that might be helpful for sometimes, let's say I've like scattered a huge number of objects and I don't want to see them in the viewport. I only want to see them in the render. That's how we can like take advantage of this stuff also. So now let's jump to our first exercise, and there we're gonna see like if we're gonna cover more tools and more stuff while we are working. So for the first exercise, we're gonna be working on this one here, which is basically, it's gonna be like a mix between like hard surface modeling. We're gonna start with manual modeling, and then we're gonna switch to, we're gonna try to integrate the procedural workflow, but we need to work on some hard surface technique exercise to cover more tools and more techniques inside Cinema. So for that exercise, I'm gonna start with a plan. I'm gonna click and hold and drop a plan, and we can either select a plan, go to object, and select the orientation here, Y or X or Z. Let's choose X. Or we can click on R for rotate and then rotate the geometry, and we can click and hold Shift, and that will enable us to like move 5 by 5 degrees. So we can have 90, we have accurate numbers. So next, I'm gonna go to the object attribute manager. I'm gonna decrease the segments to 1 by 1. I don't want to have segments. And then I'm gonna switch to editable by pressing C on the keyboard. And I'm gonna add one segment at the exact center. And how we can add segments, there's many different ways, but we're gonna use the, now if we selected the mesh and right click in this area here, we can have also more tools. Now, while we are on the object mode, if we right click, we're basically getting a tools related to the object. If we go to the points, edges, or surfaces, we're gonna get tools related to the modeling. So we go to the edge mode and right click, and we're gonna choose loop or path cut. And the shortcut for this one is ML. Now, for each tool, we have different shortcuts. Some of them has different tool different two letters. Some of them have one letter, like the extrude, for example, it has one letter. You can go for D or MT, but we're gonna stick to the 2 letters. So the shortcut for the loop or path cut is ML on the keyboard, which is this one here. And now if we hover over this segment, we can add a loop cut. Now, if I want to add it in the exact center, first I can click whenever I want, wherever I want. And then if we go to this slider, we can move this slider, and that's gonna be represented on the area of the surface. So we either can set this number to 50, and that will be at this exact center, or I can press this minus here, which is basically no segments right now, then click add. First one will be at the exact center, and then it will be an even distribution for these segments along the surface area. So let's get back to one segment, and to release this command, we're gonna press space. And when we press space, what is basically doing, if we go to this one here, we can see that the last two commands we used is live selection and loop or path cut. And space, it's basically switching between last two here. And that's gonna be very helpful for some time, because sometimes you want to like add loop, then move, then add another loop, then move. And I'm switching between them by pressing space only. Let's undo this and stick to this one. I'm gonna go to surface mode, select this one and delete. Now, I want my object to be on the ground, and we can do that in different ways, but let's select these 2 points down and click and hold here and say align selection to work plane. And in this case, they will be at the exact 0. Now I'm gonna select these two and take them up. Now, to mention something related to our work or our exercises, it's basically a conceptual architectural models. We are not modeling at the exact or specific dimensions. We're not working like how we do in inside. Like we can go for more accurate dimensions, but for now we are doing conceptual models. So it's not in a specific dimensions for construction, just to mention that. So I'm gonna select these 2 points, increase it a little bit. And I wanna have 3 of these polygon. We can do that if we go to object mode and click Control on the keyboard and move. And we can also, while we are moving, hold Shift, so we can move 5 centimeters by 5. Let's say we want it 200, or we can select the object here, click Control and drag it up, and we will have another one, and it will automatically add another number for it. So the first one was plane, .1, .2. Now we can move this one as we did 200. You can also move based on the coordinates. First one is in 0, second one minus 200, third one minus 400, which basically is the same. And now that I added these extra 3, I know that I want to move them up a little bit, but first I want these 3 polygons to be as one object. And in order to do that, we're going to select these 3 by drawing a rectangle on top of them, or by selecting first one, hold Shift and select the rest, or by clicking Control and picking one by one. Right click, and we're going to choose Connect Object plus Delete. We have plus delete and we have without delete. So without delete, it will connect the objects and give us new one while keeping the rest. If we choose plus delete, it will delete everything and leave us with one object. Now let's name this one, let's name it body, which is the body of the building. And let's scale this up a little bit and select these points, scale them like this. Now what I want to do next is I want to twist these surfaces in order to have this kind of twist on the right side. And in order to do that, I'm going to drop a twist deformer. So let's select twist deformer and drop it here. Now we can see it in the object manager, and we can see it in the viewport represented by this box, which means that this twist deformer is affecting what's inside this box. In order to apply this deformer to the body, let's pay attention that this is a purple tool or purple icon, which is a deformer. And the way these purple deformers work is by dropping them under the object that we want to work on. So it has to be the child of this object. And the way we do that, just click and hold, move until we see this arrow down, and then we drop. It's still in this shape, and in order to make it cover the whole object, we're gonna choose fit to parent, this one here. So if you click, now we see this twist covering the whole object. Now if we twist this shape, it's gonna break in the middle, and that's because it does not have enough segments to perform the rotation. So let's go back to the object, to the edges, and press ML, and let's add more segments. So I'm gonna add like 5 here, 5 here. And I know that they are equal because it's even distribution using the loop and path cut. So now if I do the twist, we can see that they are twisting correctly. Now, we can also see the alignment of the twist. Right now it's set to Y+, which is pointing up, which is what we want. But in some cases, you need it, for example, to be on the X. And if you switch, you have to say fit to parent again. And now we can see that this arrow inside it changed. Now if we twist, it's twisting on the X. So let's get back to Y+, fit to parent, and twist by 180. And 180, it's gonna start and end at the same orientation. What's also cool is that we can select the twist and scale the twist. So if we scale the modifier down, let's press T on the keyboard to scale and scale it down. Now we can see that the effect is moving based on the size of these twists. You have different types here, the mood, limited with which basically giving us this result. Within the box, it's gonna work on what's exactly inside the box. So we have to cover the whole object, or unlimited, which is basically no matter what, it's gonna affect all the surfaces. So let's get back to limited. That's what we want. We want to have these top 3 polygons and down 3 polygons at the exact 0 of these YX plan, let's say YX. It's important to pay attention to this one here because it's very helpful. It will be helpful to understand the axes and orientations. So now what I'm gonna do is that I wanna mirror this object because I'm working on equal sides. So let's drop a symmetry modifier, and then let's see, this one is green, that one with purple. The green modifiers works in a different way. So if we want to make this modifier affect the body, then we have to drop the body in this case as a child of the green modifier. So green will be the father of the parent of the object in order to affect it, and the purple modifiers should be the child of the object that you want to work on. So now we can see that it's working, but not in the direction that we want. That's because it is working on the ZY plan, and we want it to be, in our case, on the YX. So we're going to choose XY. Now we can see that this is the side that we wanted to symmetry the object on. Now, because the first object, if we go here, it's crossing the green line, which is the Y. When we do the symmetry, we have overlapping surfaces inside. So in order to get rid of this overlapping, let's go to the body, select the points, and pay attention that when we are selecting the body here, we are seeing the initial body that we introduced to the twist deformer. We are not seeing the deformed geometry. And in order to edit the deformed geometry, we should have this twist effect as initial state again. So we need to break these modifier. So we're gonna right click on the body and say current state to object. And now we have a new object, which is basically no more parametric. I cannot turn on and off the twist. Let's hide this one. And now we can select the point on this twisted geometry. So let's name it twisted. Important to name the objects, because once it gets messy here, you will no longer be able to locate which is which. So let's select it, go to the points, 0 on the keyboard to activate the rectangle selection. And now I know that this point, I want them to stay at the same place. So I will select everything at the center, press Ctrl and select these points, press Shift and add these points to the selection because I want to maintain this relationship between the points on the outer side. So now if I moved, I can see that I'm moving these points that they were overlapping. And if we apply the symmetry, they are no longer overlapping. Now we have to pay attention that inside the symmetry object, if you click and go to the object under the attribute manager, you can see that there's an option for welding the overlapping points. So in this case, these points here are going to be welded because they are overlapping. They are at the exact, sorry, I pressed C by mistake. At the exact same location on top of each others. That's why I pushed these points a little bit more, because if they are by accident come in top of each other, they will weld. So now let's see what we have. If we drop a subdivision surface, again, it's green. We want to apply this subdivision surface to the symmetry that contains the object. So we're going to put it under the subdivision surface. Now we can see that it's smoothing the object and having this point welded correctly because they are at the exact same location. Now, what we're going to do next, we still need to adjust the shape. Now, this is up to you. I know that in my example, I have it longer. We can adjust it here also. I know that I have something like this in order to have this top here. I might also. Okay. Now we can check. It's nice because we can check the enable, disable the subdivision by clicking here on off, or if we selected the object and press Q on the keyboard, it will disable and enable the last modifier in the row. So if I have only the symmetry on the top, Q will disable and it should disable. Oh, okay. Oh, it looks like it's worked only with the subdivision, which is cool. That's what we want. Okay, so what is the difference between using the Q for disabling and enabling the subdivision and between clicking on this one? Now, there is a difference. It might not be very effective here, but for the large scenes, it is. And the difference, I will mention it. It might be helpful later with you. I will add this cube. I will move this cube, enable the geometry, the subdivision, move this cube again, disable the subdivision, and I will move this cube again and enable this. Now, watch what will happen if I press undo. If I press undo right now or Ctrl Z, you can see that the geometry will be, or the subdivision will turn on and off. Then the cube will move. Then it will turn on. Then the cube will move. Then it will turn off. Then the cube will move. So it's calculating this click in the memory. But if I move this cube, then selected the object, press Q, which activated the subdivision. Press Q again, which deactivated. Then I move the geometry, then select the object, enable, disable again, then move the object. Now let's press undo. You can see that only the object is moving, and disabling and enabling the subdivision is not calculated because I'm pressing Q. And that's very helpful because sometimes when you have a large or heavy mesh, enabling and disabling the subdivision surface might make your PC freeze. So you don't want to enable it and disable it by the undo. So we're gonna keep using the Q, which is basically same when you work inside Maya, when you press 1, 2, 3 for have different subdivision levels, and it's not going to be stored in the memory when you press undo. So now, okay, let's continue. What we're going to do next is we're going to select the surfaces and select all by pressing Ctrl A. I'm under the surfaces, selecting the object, and I press Ctrl A. It will select all the surfaces on this object. Now I want to extrude these surfaces. So we're going to press MT on the keyboard or right click, and we can find the extrude here. Now we can click and drag to extrude, or we can give the exact amount that we want to extrude. Now I know that the space between them is 200. We can extrude, let's say 160. But pay attention that we are having a gap here, and that's because we didn't activate create caps. So let's check this one here, and then we extrude. We're going to extrude 150 or 140 because I want to have gap between these shapes. Now, again, we can see that we are having an overlap because it's extruding based on the normals of the surface, and that goes an overlap. So we can do the same trick that we did by selecting the points here, deselecting these two, selecting this again, and move outside. Move this point a little bit. We still have an overlap here, and we know that we need these points to be at the exact 0. If you, by accident, click Control and left mouse button on the second viewport, and basically, I don't think we mentioned how we can switch between viewports. Sorry for that. We can switch between the viewport by pressing the middle mouse button. So if we click the middle mouse button and hover over the view that we want, and then click again, we can switch between them. Guys, please send the question in the Q&A. What is that we are building? Okay, sure. You will have recordings and you can skip and check the other exercises. Here we have to cover the different tools of the of Cinema, and not everyone is experienced with using Cinema 4D, so we have to cover the basics for if someone wants to work from scratch to understand how we can model some hard surface modelings. So that's why we are doing this exercise. Yeah, we have soft selection. We're gonna get to that. So now,
Hey, Ayoub.
yeah.
Today, Vladimir is asking like, what is the thing that you're making? So I know which building you're making. Maybe it'd be good to just show a picture real quick of the one you're making.
Oh, we showed the picture when we start.
Oh,
we are referring to the picture to explain what we are working, what we are doing.
Yeah, maybe Vladimir, maybe you missed that part. So.
Ah, okay.
I can put the link to it. Something. All right, keep going.
Okay, no worries. Ah, okay, Vladimir, no worries. Okay. 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 So yeah, so we're gonna mention the soft selection. But for now, we know that if we disable the symmetry, we know that we need these points to be at the exact same alignment. So in order to do that, we can work with this one, but then we have to switch to the second viewport. So the best way to do this when we are working with symmetry, and basically this exercise is also like the way we are working with the symmetry is the same way that we can work if we are doing something like cars, maybe, because most of the time we are working with one side, and whatever you work on the other side, it's applying to the second one. So it could be like helpful in both ways, but what is nice about it is that you can actually see the modifiers and switch it on or and off and see like I have to fix this problem here and I have to align this point here. So yeah, that's why like I wanted to mention this exercise. Yeah, so okay, to align these points, the best way to do that when we are working with a project that requires a symmetry, if it is a building or it's a car, so we right click and then we choose set point value. And now we have to pay attention to the axes. So this is the Z axis, and we want this point to be at the 0 in the work plane that it is perpendicular to this axis. So we're gonna, under the attribute manager, after choosing set point value, we're gonna set the Z, we're gonna go to Z and say set 0 for the value, and the coordinate system, we're gonna switch to world because we want it to work on this 0 point of the whole coordinate system. And then we're gonna hit apply. And now we are sure, you see the difference after clicking apply. Now we are sure that these points are all aligned exactly at this plane. Now, if we click symmetry and then subdivision surface, somehow it's working, but it is not working correctly because we still have that surface inside here. So now we need to disable symmetry, go back to the geometry and select the polygons. You can press 9 and select these 3 surfaces and hit delete. Now if we symmetry and smooth again, we know that we are having a clean smooth mesh in this case. Now because we extruded in one direction, we have this at this side it's not aligned, so let's switch them off, select the points align these guys. Okay, now we still have control on the overall shape. We can adjust it a little bit. Know that it needs to be taller based on this exercise. We're just trying to cover the techniques, so we might not have the same exact result. And now, and basically, by the way, this is the same exercise that has been done for this kind of shapes here, where we also have a symmetry line and we switched these surfaces and have these kind of minimal surface. So it could be used in many different ways.
Are you showing something else? Because I think you're only sharing the cinema screen. That's why they don't see the other stuff.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That
Yeah,
would explain why they didn't see the image.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, we are working on this exercise.
No worries, it happens.
Yeah, thanks.
It gets confusing with the window share sometimes.
Thank you for being here, Mike. Well,
no worries.
Okay, sorry guys, I'm really sorry. Okay, so we are working on this exercise, and yeah, this is the same technique that I used to create this shape also, where we have symmetry at the center, and we are working in one side, flipping these surfaces and having this kind of minimal surface. But in this case, we are having like a next level to convert it to something like close to building. So this is what we are working on. And I'm really sorry for not noticing that I'm sharing only the screen. Okay. For Corona, we should not have the material library, no need for that. And for the answer for the soft move, I think you mean soft selection in this case. So if we need to do the soft selection, we can select the points and click. Now, sometimes, okay, right now we are in the rectangle selection, but sometimes you might be on the geometry and you still have the rectangle selection, but you don't have the options for the rectangle selection. So you have to make sure you either click on the icon or click 0 on the keyboard. So you have the options for the selection tool. And now we can enable the soft selection here. So if we enable the soft selection, we can see that we have the radius, we can increase, that will cover more of the geometry. And we have the strength, which is basically the softness of the move. So if it is 100 for the strength, it's moving exactly with the axis. If it is low, more, we can see that it is now moving softly. And we can either decrease the radius or increase to cover more points. But for now, we don't have like a lot of points beside each other. That's why we can, like, even at the maximum radius, we can move only basically just top 2. But I think we can increase this one, not sure. Yeah, we can put any input that we want and cover everything. So this is for the soft selection. If I didn't answer the question, please let me know. Yeah. So now, okay. Now the next move is basically having hard edges, and that could be by adding loops close to the edge that will give us hard edge, but we are not going to work with that because we, for example, we don't want to have this edge here. So we're going to try to use a cleaner option, and also to introduce the creases inside Cinema because it's a little bit hidden. There's no option for crease like Maya. So we're going to leave it for now. the hard edges, and let's now adjust this geometry a little bit before we continue. So if we look again to this example, we can see that the base has some movement down. Sorry, no. Don't delete one. Don't delete what? Oh, sorry, the link it. Okay, I'll continue. Now we can either move this side, or we can select these two sides and press T for the scale and scale only on the X axis, which is the red one. Or in some cases, we can disable and enable the axis that we don't want. So in this case, we want only to work on the X. So if we disable the Y and Z and click here and scale, it will only work on that one axis. Otherwise, if we enabled everything and click on the screen and scale, it will scale in all directions. And that's helpful because if we play with this movement axis, we can have what we have in Rhino, which is basically scale 1D, 2D, or 3D. No, I'm not going to skip. Continue. Yeah, so now we're going to scale on the red one to have almost the same for two sides, for same side, for both sizes. Scale this down a little bit. Not gonna spend so much time tweaking it, but basically this is what we did there. Now for this part, we can select this point and move them, or we can enable the soft selection, let's say, and move. No, but in this case, pay attention, we move this one, and that will break the symmetry. We don't want to do that. So let's skip the soft selection and scale these guys out. Okay, now. Okay, now we are almost ready. We need to work on the having harder edges and having these facade parts and how we can have this finalized model. So in this case, we're gonna go back to the body, select the surfaces, and we're gonna select the loop, or yeah, I wanna select all these loop of surfaces. In order to do that, I'm gonna press UL on the keyboard, and it is, as we said, you might see everything you want here and you might not. So if we click UL, it is not here. It is actually in the select menu. It is here, UL. So loop selection. And we're gonna select this loop, this and this. And the reason why it is not selecting the whole loop around this geometry is because we break the continuity when we deleted these surfaces here. So we have to also select these and these and these. Otherwise, it could be continuous, but in our case, it is not because we deleted these surfaces. Now, important to have this shape before we do anything to it. Let's have a copy and drag it out of the symmetry. And let's delete twisted and name it body. And we see what why we're gonna use it. Now, for this one, twisted one, we gonna, as we said, let's hide this one first and go back to this one. Now we have these selected loops, which is basically, if we take a look here, it's representing the facades. So I want to split these surfaces, and we can do that either by, again, going here and search for split, or by pressing UP on the keyboard. So I'm going to press UP. Now I have a new object, point 1, which is basically if I hide that one, contains only these surfaces. Sorry, now so I got these surfaces. I'm gonna go back to this one and let's hide the one we had. This one is the facade and this one the body. I don't want to delete the top. I selected them by mistake actually. I don't want to delete this. I'm gonna deselect by pressing Ctrl and the live selection. I just move the cursor on top of them. And now from the body, I want to remove this. So now if I activated the facade again, I can see that this is part and this is part. Here. This is a body and this is a facade. And I also want to delete these from the facade because they are not included here. So this is the facade and this is the body. Now let's hide the facade for now. And let's extrude these guys. And because we extruded at the first step, we have the correct orientation of the normals. It's important to pay attention to the colors because the orange one is facing out the normals and the blue one is a backside. And you can flip them in some cases. So this is plus, that one is minus. You can switch them if you go here and say reverse normals. You can flip them. Now minus for going outside, plus for going inside. Let's go back to this one, press MD on the keyboard, which is extrude. And now let's have create caps on and click and drag to the right. Press space, deselect everything. Now we're going to repeat what we did before because again, we have closed surface on this top side and we have not perfectly aligned points as we can see. So quickly, we're going to do that again. Points, select on top and down, right click, set point value, and we didn't change anything yet. Same settings, we're going to click apply. So they are aligned exactly. Now again, these guys are overlapping to the inside part. We can move them a little bit outside. And now we're going to do the same for this part here. Let's first apply the symmetry and the subdivision. Same problem. We need to delete these guys here. Same for the down part. We still need to add something to have hard edges. As we said, we're going to introduce the creases. For now, let's make sure that all the points that they are down is basically touching the exact 0. So we're going to select the points. And in this case, we can either check this one and say align selection to work plan. But sometimes, yeah, as we can see, sometimes now it follows the work plan that we were in, which is the YZ. So better in this case, to right click, set point value, leave the Z axis, set the Y axis, and then apply. Then we have them on the 0. Now, in some cases, we can use these guys here. Now, if we scaled up on the Y axis, we can see that this one is moving. So if we select this one and set 0, we know that we will have all of them at the same level, but it's not touching the ground. So if we move, we can see again that this one the position Y is moving. So if we set to 0, we will have that. As we mentioned, we can use this part here, but it is not so practical. Sometimes it is faster, sometimes it is not. So yeah, I will assume that we use the set point value. And now let's see what we have. We have the twisted body and we have the facades, and they are following each other's, as we can see. Now the facade are getting, we did a mistake actually, because when we moved these points, slightly outside, we didn't move the facade points. So now we're going to move them manually, but this is not the correct way. They were here. So I'm going to move them here. We can enable snaps. We can snap these vertex, we can snap we press L, E, enable snaps to vertex snap. We can now should be able to move the access point to this point, and then press L again. And while we're enabling snap, we can move and snap to this point in this case. So we have the exact same result. So now let's disable the snaps again. See what we got. They are following each other's, but only the body is applied to the symmetry. And that's because symmetry works with what's directly underneath. And in order to let the symmetry work for both of these, we're going to put these two objects inside a group. So we're going to select them, press Alt and G on the keyboard. So now they are inside a group, inside the symmetry. So everything inside this group will be working with the symmetry. Okay, so the next part is having the hard edges, and we're gonna do that by selecting the loop edges, pressing UL again, which is the loop selection. Select this loop, this loop, this loop, and this one, this one, this one. Again, the reason why we are using creases is because I don't want these guys to have like to work with the mesh to add segments and have segments going here and then remove them. So in this case, I selected all the edge loops, and I can go to this view, rectangle selection, hold Ctrl on the keyboard, and deselect these guys here and here. And let's leave them there. Only these guys, I don't want them to be creased. So now how to enable the crease? There's no option called crease. Instead, we will search for a tool called weight subdivision surface. And in order to search for tools that it's not so obvious in the menus, we can click Shift C on the keyboard. So we will have this pop-up menu. We can type whatever we want to find the tool that we want. So if we type weight, there's many tools have weight inside or in the name, but we need weight subdivision surface, which is MR for the shortcut. So let's double click on this one, and under the attribute manager, it will give us this options. We're going to set the strength to, let's say, 95, and then click set, and that will give us this tag. As we said, anything we're going to apply to this surface, it will be shown up as a tag beside the surface. So now, if we click on this tag, it will show that there is a crease working with this surface. Now, if we apply the subdivision surface, we can see that we are having these hard edges without having anything here. That's exactly what we want. Now, if we select these, we can see exactly where is the creasing are applied. And what is also nice about it, that right now, let's say I want to select, let's disable the subdivision. I want to select this point and this point. Well, let's work with that one only. Let's enable the subdivision and move this point. And now we can see that we don't have to select 2 points because we're having a edge, for example, going there, and we need to select these 2 points to move the edge. We only move this one and it's creased, so it will work fine. Now, why we're having this smooth bulge here, is that because these surfaces, let's hide the facade or keep the facade. Let's basically select both of them. We don't want these surfaces that they are done. Let's hide the facade, delete these surfaces from these guys here. Now, if we deleted them, we're gonna have what we want. Now, if we selected this point, move, we will have this effect that we have in here without dealing with any extra edges. Same for the facade. We need to delete these guys here. So let's hide this one, disable the subdivision, and delete these guys. Now, if we subdivided everything, you can see that the facade is almost perfectly aligned to these geometries. And we have a problem here that because we are subdividing the facade surface, it's having these smooth corners. In order to solve this one, we're gonna also apply weight subdivision surface, but this time for the points. And we are anchoring these points to the initial location. So Shift C, weight subdivision surface, double click, and for these points, I want them to stay at the exact same place. So it's 100 and set. We can check, subdivide, and if we click, we can see that these points are exactly at the same place. Now, this facade is working, following the shape correctly. Now, what next? We need to have these facade segments, let's say, easily, and that's gonna be by working a little bit on these subdivision or let's say we're gonna remesh these surfaces. Let's take this out here. Let's name this one the body. Let's have a new symmetry, and we will apply the facade to symmetry. Again, we have to adjust the symmetry to the correct plan. And this symmetry, we're gonna give it a new subdivision, and we can either drop the subdivision and then put the symmetry underneath it, or we can select the object that we want to apply the deformer to. While we are selecting it, if we hold Alt on the keyboard and click on subdivision, it will automatically be applied to this shape or geometry. Yeah, so now we have this alone. Let's name it facade here. And let's do a quick remesh for this triangle, for this quad mesh. So there's some cool tools that we can use for remeshing. First one we're going to use is polygon reduction, which will try to reduce the polygon count. If we drop the facade underneath it, after we subdivided the facade, and actually let's have lower subdivisions instead of having 2 by 2, let's start with 1 by 1 and drop it under the polygon reduction. And we can see that this one started to, it's trying to minimize the number of the subdivisions. Let's add more subdivisions. It's trying to have less somehow. But if you go to the polygon reduction and move the reduction strength to 0, it's basically gonna triangulate these faces, which is same as though this amount of model complexity can be easily achieved in Rhino 7 or Blender. In Blender, yes, because basically it should be, because in Blender you are working with meshes. I'm not sure about the symmetry and how you're gonna do that, but in Rhino 7, you have to find a way to do it with NURBS, because it is very, I don't think it is very easy to do it with sub-Ds or meshes inside Rhino. And the reason why we are doing this here is basically exploring this kind of shapes with, that's why we do these shapes with Maya in let's say, or this kind of software, because you can work easily with meshes and then you can switch to Rhino and to rationalize these geometries. But starting with Rhino for this kind of shape could be achieved, but it's not flexible as we are doing here. Like after everything, I can still select the point and move, scale down, and all this stuff. Like for example, how we are having this, it could be also done with Grasshopper, but it's not, we will not be able to do that quickly and easily. That's why we do exploration for conceptual design in this kind of software, and then we switch to rationalizing them inside Rhino and Grasshopper and Rivet and all this stuff. This is my opinion. So, yep. Okay, so now we drop these facade under the polygon reduction, and this is the way to basically triangulate the mesh procedurally. If we drop them under a polygon reduction and scale it to 0, it will triangulate these mesh. Basically same as if we selected a mesh, we selected a plan mesh and selected the faces, right click and choose triangulate. We can also drop it under a polygon reduction and scale it down to 0, and that will triangulate it. But instead of breaking this facade, the editable mesh, we are trying to do it in a procedural way. That's why we used polygon reduction in this case. Now, a quick and easy way to extrude these mesh subdivisions to segments or pipes, let's say, is using this cool tool, which is atom array, which is basically extracting the mesh segments into pipes and some spheres on the intersections. So when you click on the atom array, you will see the cylinder radius and the sphere radius. So the cylinder radius cannot cross the sphere radius. Now, the sphere radius is 5. If I click 6 on the cylinder radius, it will only give me 5. It only at maximum can be the same as sphere radius. If we scale down the sphere to 4, it will automatically scale the cylinder with it. And this is how we get these quickly. We still need to have the slabs. And also a quick way to have the slabs inside this geometry, which is tricky to have the slabs inside it. That's why we said we need to save the initial geometry. Now, This is the body. It's a cool trick how we can have slabs. Could be applied inside Cinema, and I think inside any softwares that support Voronoi fracture. We're gonna see how we can do this trick. So this is a body. I'm gonna symmetry this body based on the same was x1 here. And I know that this one, it could be subdivided, and that basically is giving me, okay, let's use solo mode to see only this one. It's giving us the smooth shape. So let's quickly, say solo, let's enable dynamic. So if we selected this, it will only select this shape. Now, it might be a little bit tricky, but we need to again loop select these edges and just select them here. And again, this is just to show the technique that could be used for different applications. It might be complicated for this one, or could be solved in a simpler way, but just to show the exercise. Now we're going to use weight subdivision surfaces, and let's say 95 again, set and smooth. Now we are having these this geometry that's following what we want. Now I want to have it hard at the downside without removing these parts, because I want to have closed geometry in order to use Voronoi and make it work as I want. So another way to add the loop, if we want to add a loop here, it will only add loop for this geometry. We can add for this one, and this one, or we can use another tool, which is knife cut. If we go here, line cut, sorry, but the icon is knife. So the shortcut is KK, and by default is selected to visible only, which basically is gonna cut only what I see. I want to uncheck this because I want it to cut everything. And I want to draw a line here close to the bottom, basically. Now, if we look, it's applied to all these three surfaces. Now, if we smooth, it's basically following the initial shape, and it's a closed. And the reason I want it to be closed is because I'm going to be using, okay, let's disable the solo mode. Same problem, because we moved these points slightly without paying attention to other parts. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is let's use solo mode, dynamic. I'm gonna apply a Voronoi fracture to this geometry, and we can find it under the MoGraph tab. Voronoi fracture. Let's drop the geometry inside it. Now we can see that it is fracturing the geometry in a random way. Now we can, inside these Voronoi fracture, go to the sources. And under the source, we can see the points that are fracturing this geometry. Now we're gonna delete this source and add a new source. And the way to add point source inside Cinema, we could use line weight anchoring the points, but it's just like to also mention the line cut that we can use it. It's not a big difference. I mean, just to cover more tools, because we are not going to be working on more hard surface modeling in the coming exercises. So now I want to introduce another matrix. So, sorry, another set of points. And in order to get the points inside Cinema, I'm gonna use matrix tool object inside MoGraph tools. And inside the matrix, we can see that it is giving us a set of points. Now, it is based on a grid array. We're gonna get to it in more detail later. So now let's just switch to linear array. And we can see that if we increase the count, it's giving us more points pointing up. And the step size between these points is 50 centimeter. Let's move it aside. We can leave it as it is for now or have a bigger spaces. So now let's go back to the Voronoi and drop the new matrix. And we're gonna name it slabs in this case. So now, as we can see, it's cutting this geometry. It's solo selected based on these points in horizontal orientation. So now if we go to the Voronoi fracture, let's name it slabs. Again, guys, just to show the technique, how we can get quickly slabs for these conceptual geometries, all these kind of slabs that you can see, tuck, 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 all this. And yeah, so slabs object for the Voronoi fracture. We're gonna increase the offset fragment. Let's say 5 centimeters, 6, and then click invert. And this is our slab in this case. So now if we hide everything, you can see that we are having slabs inside this one. Now we have a little bit of offset because we forgot to move the points of the geometry with the facade. But basically, this is how we can get them quickly inside the geometry. Now, for the last details for this one, if I go to the body, let's name this one facade. For the body, let's increase the subdivision to 3. And I want to add some details, this one here. And it's basically, since I am working on an optimized mesh, which is clean, it's not like messy. So I can right click and take the body as a current state to object. Let's hide the first one because we're gonna work on this one. Oh, sorry, not this one. This one. So now we can go to surfaces, press UL for the loop selection. Again, it's on the select menu. And we can select some loops here. Select this one. We can see that they are going there, which is cool. Let's do the same for this one here. Now we're gonna extrude them, pressing MT on the keyboard. Let's extrude them a little bit. Do you start with conceptual sketch? So basically, yes, but sometimes it's kind of a form finding. You start with an idea inside your mind that you want to do this, and then you start developing it. So in this case, you might be asking this question because, yes, I know what I'm doing for this example, but no, when I designed this example, I was not like fully like, I know that I want to use this technique. I want to do an exercise to cover as much tools and tricks as I can. But yeah, you start with initial idea, and then there is a kind of a form finding in the process to get to the final result. But in this case, yeah, I'm like I know what I'm doing because I did this exercise and on purpose on covering tools and techniques for these for the webinar. So now, before I click space and release the extrude, there's an option here called subdivision, where we can add subdivision to the extruded surfaces, which is this one here. We can add two. And the reason I'm adding them, if I click space and release, now if I smooth this shape again, it will be hard here, not very smooth, and so it will show more. Now we can leave these guys like this, or we can easily, again, select the down points, place them on the exact center and delete, let's say, set point value for, in this case, the Y, as we did before, and click apply. Now we have them on the ground, and we can easily right now delete these faces here. And we have them starting from the ground exactly. Now let's click NA on the keyboard to switch back to the point mode. And let's give, is it working that way or no? There is a way to hide the colors. Colorized fragments. If we disable it, it will be one color. So basically that's it for the first exercise. We can still control the cylinder size. We need first to increase the sphere, then the cylinder, and we can still use this facade before applying the atom array here as a glass behind these segments. So this is for the first example. I'm not gonna go through, like we can do a quick render for it, but I will leave the render to the end so we can work on this exercise for the render. And then if we have time, we can go back to this one. If you guys have question regarding this one, let me know. If not, let's take a 5-minute break and come back to the second exercise. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break and jump to the second exercise. Hello, guys. Thanks, Chris. Good to know. Okay, guys, ready to jump to the next exercise? See the video. Yeah, we will. The video will be received, will be available to watch later. So now for the next exercise, we're gonna work on this one to see how we can get these brick facade and how we can apply these waves to the brick facade. And yeah, to start with this one, we gonna first introduce the idea of MoGraph cloner. We're gonna be using the cloner, and this is the MoGraph tools inside Cinema 4D. It's like powerful tool set, and it is, I think it's like you can find it in a different way in other software, but inside Cinema it's very, very powerful. So now, okay, so now let's drop a cloner and let's drop a box. Let's scale it down. Let's say our box is 20 centimeter on the X, 40 centimeter on the Z, and 20 centimeter on the height, which is basically representing a brick. Let's name it a brick. And now let's drop this brick under the cloner. Again, this cloner holds a green points, which is basically a green tool. So we're gonna drop the object under this tool. So now we can see that this cloner is cloning this brick based on, if we click on the cloner, we can see that the mode is set to grid array. And grid array, as we can see, we have three objects in the X, 3 on the Y, and 3 on the X, 3 on the Z, and 1 on the Y. If we add more on the Y, we will have more on the Y direction. Now let's get back to 3 by 3. We can see that we have two modes. First one is per step, and second one is endpoint. Per step means that we set the size, let's increase the count. Right, yeah. Per step means every time we add more object, it will keep the space 200 centimeter between them. So the selection will get bigger overall. The second option, it's endpoint. And when we apply endpoint, now we have 200, 200, 200, because we have 200 and second 200 gap between these points. Now, if we switch to endpoint, it will switch to 400, which is basically giving us the bounding size of this grid. So now if we increase the numbers, if we increase the numbers, that will add more objects inside these 400 centimeters. So can you tell me again, how did you place work plane at bottom of the object? Okay, if I understood the question correctly. Okay, I placed this cube. I'm gonna switch this cube to editable geometry.
Do you have, they're asking if you have a pic of what they're building now?
Yeah, we shared it, I think, and this one.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, but for now, we are answering the question that it's asking about aligning the work plan to the object. So I've added this cube here, which is not related to the exercise. I'm just answering the question. I will move this surface and flip it. However, and that's happening because I didn't select a specific axis. I'm clicking here, and there we can move. So now, while I'm selecting this surface or these points, if I go to this tab here, click and hold and say align work plane to selection, it will align the work plane to the selection. Now, if I drop a new object, it will be aligned to this new work plane. Now, if we want to align the points, if we align the points to the work plane, then we're going to choose align selection to work plane. So now these points would go to the work plane, which is perpendicular to the y-axis at this 0. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Okay, now, if that didn't answer the question, let me know, please. Now, to continue, with the cloner, we switched between endpoint and per step. Now, let's do them again. So we have the endpoint, which means that I have the boundary size of the grid, and whenever I added more points, more objects, it would be added inside this specific size. Or per step, which means every time I add more object, it will increase 38 centimeters and will expand this grid based on this step. We're gonna explain that later when we get to use the different type. So for now, let's get back to per step and set it back to, let's say, for now, 40. Sorry, 40 here, 20 here. And that is the size of our brick, 20 by 40. So now if we increase the steps, it will only increase based on the 20 centimeter on the Z and 40 centimeter on the Z, 20 centimeter on the X. So now we have only the brick inside this cloner. Let's click NB, and that will show us the segments of the geometry. So now, if we drop another object, which is this sphere, and scale it down, now let's add this sphere under the cloner and see what will happen. If we add it, we'll see that the cloner is basically cloning both objects. One time sphere, one time object, and you can also add more shapes, whatever you want, and it will try to clone all the shapes. Now for our situation, we're going to use a trick for having this kind of arrangement. We want to let the cloner clone something empty between these bricks. And in order to do that, we can use null object. We use the null object to create group when we drop something inside it. But basically, the null object, it's an object. You can move it. It's still empty, but you can move it, which also could be sometimes helpful that if you want to have, let's say, I move this null here, and then I will drop this object inside it. This object is at the center, but this null is here, so I can still move this guy here. So if you applied symmetry to the null, in this case, it will start from this point, not from the center of the cube. This might be helpful in some cases. But for now, we're going to use this null object as an empty object to use it as a trick to let the cloner give us this kind of grid that we want. So let's start working on our example. We have the brick, we have the cloner. Let's drop a new one. And before cloning the grid, before cloning the brick, we're gonna drop a rectangle. And we're gonna go to the attribute manager and change the plan of the rectangle from XY to XZ. And we're gonna scale it up. You see, we can scale one by one, or we can use a quick trick also to link these two together. We can right click on the height, go to Espresso tab and set driver, then click on the next one. Again, Espresso tab, and they say set driven absolute. Absolute, which means whenever I set here, it will be here. So it's going to be 400 by 400. If I have 400 by 200 and say set driven relative, it will increase based on this aspect ratio between these two. So right now, as we can see, if we increased one, it will increase the second one because it's set to be driven absolute with the first one. So let's have something like 800. And let's put the rectangle inside the cloner this time. And instead of using grid array, we're going to use linear array. And what linear array, it will basically array in one direction. Again, based on a step, because we are working with per step. And in this time, we want it to be per step because we know that our brick height is 20 centimeters. So we will set this height on the Y to be 20. Now, no matter how much we increase the count, it's only increasing by 20, 20, 20 steps. Right now, what we want to do is we want to clone this brick all around these curves. So we're going to use another cloner. This one, we're going to name it rectangle. And this one is the brick. We're going to put the brick inside this one. And instead of using the grid array, we're going to use object array. And when we put to object, set to object, it's going to ask us for the object that we want to clone on. Now, we can choose the rectangle. If we choose this rectangle, it will clone the brick on the first rectangle. But if we choose the cloner that it has all these rectangles, it will clone the brick along all these lines. So now let's go back to the brick cloner and see the distribution mode that it's set to count, which means I can increase the count of these blocks, but I don't have this is not accurate. To make it in an accurate way, we can set it to step and say that the step for now is 40, because I know that my brick is 40 centimeters in the Z. Sometimes you might have it not correctly from the first time. This might be the 20 and this is the 40. So basically, it might happen. Now to get rid of this kind of relationship on the corners, I'm gonna go to the rectangle and activate the rounding, which is basically fill it. It's gonna fill it the edges by this amount. So now we can see that it's having like better state in these corners. So now what we have to do is same trick that we did before, adding a null object to the brick cloner. And it might be working from the first time, or you might have these results where it's cloning in columns that will gives you an empty column, not as what we want here. But we know that our bricks should be overlapping, which means the space between these steps should not be the exact size of the brick. Otherwise, they will be beside each others. We need to go less than 40 centimeter, basically any number less than the width of the brick. So let's try that here. Go to the brick, under the step, we're gonna go down. I will, okay. Okay, what you mean show the settings for the cloners. The first cloner is basically linear, which used to array the rectangle in the Y direction. So I can have these rectangles as steps, as per step, and I give it 20 centimeters because I know that my brick height is 20 centimeter. So I've arrayed these rectangles in a linear way for the mode, 20 centimeter on the y-axis. And then I used this cloner that contained all these rectangles as an object for the second cloner, which is basically the brick cloner that is set to object. And the object in this case is the whole cloner that contains all these rectangles. So now this cloner will clone the brick along all these rectangles. And then I changed the distribution mode from count to step. So I can input my exact size of the brick. Then we've added this null object to make the cloner clone the brick and another empty object. So we have this gap. So now the next step is that we want to go less than 40 centimeters to make sure our bricks will overlap. And once we start going down, at some point we will have what we want. Now it is not going to work like in all the values, but that's okay because we don't have a specific value. We just want to push them less than 40 centimeters to make sure that they are overlapping. So at some point it will give us this result, which we don't want, but then it will give us this one, which is actually overlapping, and that's what we want. So now we have these overlapping bricks. I think we need to have more bricks or more resolution, so we can go back to the rectangle and increase its dimensions. This one, it's still procedural, so let's say 1200, and that will give us more bricks. We can still increase the number of the we can still increase the number of the cloned rectangles in the Y direction by increasing this count for this one. Let's set it to 50, so we will have more. Now pay attention because it's getting heavy. The more you add, the heavier it gets, and it's really heavy. So in order to, we will see how we can save more memory. But for now, for now, let's go a little bit more overlapping, less than 33. Let's go, 29. For you, you might have this result on the 29. Sorry. You might have this one on 29. So keep in mind, it is not 100% accurate when you work with this one. So now what? Now we need to introduce the wave. And the way we can make the wave, it's basically by something called the effectors. And the effectors, we can find them under the MoGraph tab, effectors, and they have the same color, which is purple, same as the deformers. Now, why the deformers and the effectors have the same color when they are basically different objects? Is that because at some point we can use the effector as a deformer. Now keep that in mind. We will give a small exercise about it, but we can use at some point the effector as a deformer. That's why we have the same color, not the deformer as an effector. The effector sometimes could work as a deformer, and we will see how. So now, if we click, now let's forget about these cloner that give us the rectangles or the lines. We're gonna work with the bricks. So if we select the brick, we can see that it has, under the attribute manager, it has a tab called effectors, which means we can add one of these effectors. Now, the way we can add them, we can either drop it here and then drag and drop on this tab, or basically if you just select the cloner, go to effectors, and to drop the effector that you want, which in this case, we're gonna use the shader effector, it's gonna be automatically applied to this tab here because we were selecting an object that can take an effector. So now if we get closer, we can see that we are having different size. We already, they are overlapping. And that's because if we click on the shader, if we go to parameter tab, we can see that it is affecting the scale, and we don't want it to affect the scale. So we're gonna uncheck the scale and check the position. So now if we manually change the position, let's start with Z, we can see that it is moving in one direction, which is not what we want. Why? It's obvious, because it's gonna go up or down. Now, X in this case will act as the normal direction. It's not gonna do as the Z. It will push outside and inside, and that's what we want. So we're gonna work with the X, and we know that our brick depth is 20 centimeter. So let's say for the X, minus 20, which is gonna push them outside by 20 centimeter. And right now it's pushing everything outside. Now, how are we gonna introduce the wave? It's basically by using the shading tab. It's called shader effector because it can take a shading or a shader texture. And for the shader, we're gonna use noise. So now the noise inside Cinema 4D is a pretty cool feature because basically you can use it not only for the textures, but also for the modeling. We're gonna see how we can use it for 2D and 3D. So it's basically a noise, but it's not just a 2D texture, it's a 3D. And that will be more obvious when we start working with volumes. But for now, we have the noise. We can see it's ranging between black and white, and the scale is pretty small for now. We can start seeing some different in the movement on the X. Let's scale it up. Let's give it something like 2000. And we can start see that it is affecting these facade. Now, we can have different type of noises. We can either click here and see the names, or we can click on this small arrow here and we can see small representation of the texture. I'm gonna use electric for this one. Let's scale it back down to see what does the texture look like. And for now, you can see it represented here. Now, if we scale down the octaves to 1, it will have less noise or less iterations inside it. So let's visualize it here by scaling it down first, as you can see here. If you increase the cycles, that will increase the iterations inside these noise. So now let's scale it back again to 2000. It needs more in this case. And now we can start seeing this wave along these facade, because it is affecting the shader that it is working on the position in the X, which is inside or outside. So now, back to the noise, sorry, back to the brick, you will see that it is a very heavy scene. If we go to brick, which is the cloner, go to the object, and now for the instance mode, we're gonna switch to render instance. That will calculate them as one, as a proxies in this case, instances, not separate geometries duplicated. So it will be easier for the viewport and for the renderer. So now it is unlimited how you're gonna change the noise, the scale, or the or which pattern you're gonna use, how many cycles you're gonna put. You can also change the low clip, high clip, which basically related to the black and white gradient here. We're gonna see it in a different exercise. It can be more obvious, but for now, you can use different textures. Basically, this is how we can have this wave. Increasing more, like let's have something with more details. And let's say I want to increase the effect more. Just make sure not increase it too much to not have something hanging in the air. Like if we put -60, you'll start to see this stuff outside. So we don't want that. Let's take to 30. And we can have a little more steps for the rectangles. Let's say 120. And the reason why, because we want to add, let's say, an attractor to this shader. So we used a cloner. For the cloner, we used a effector. Now inside this effector, we can see that there's another tab called fall off. And when you click on fall off, you can see pink stuff like this one here, which is the fields or the attractors, let's say. So now, again, either select it and drop it here, and it will automatically be applied to the shader because it can take a fall off, or you can just drop it here, and then click on the shader and bring it here. So now nothing happened because this sphere is very small. Let's scale it up and see what will happen. And the moment it touched the surface, I don't know, can you guys see the effect? Here. So the moment it touched the surface, it started making the effect. Vladimir is not seeing the effect. Okay, we're gonna render it so it will be more obvious. No worries. Okay. Let me decrease this one. So prevent any break in the corners, and let's do a quick render. So this is not, I'll do it quickly. Should be more obvious right now. I used Corona light from only one direction. Again, this is not for the rendering, it's just show the grid, because mainly the most important part of showing what you are doing is basically paying attention to the lighting in your scene, and that will affect everything. We're not going to focus too much on the lighting for now, but just in order to see what's going on. And here we go. So now I think it is a little bit more obvious. And now if we go back to the shader, and again, the shading, we change the texture. We're gonna see different wave. We have to start the render again in order to see what's going on. Now in this case, we might need to play with the size of the texture. The most friendly one is the electric in this case, where you can have, now it might break on the corners, and that's why now it's working, but it might break, and that's maybe because we need to have more breaks on the corner, or maybe more fillet radius. Okay. So now we are working based on the sphere field. Another cool one we can use in this case is basically going to the shader, again, fall off. We can add them either from here or from here if we click and hold. And let's use linear field. And what linear field do, spherical field is this one that we were using before this, which is this sphere here. Whenever it touches the shape, it's creating the effect on the shader as an attractor in Grasshopper, let's say. Is it obvious? And now we switch to another one. Okay, I added it like, okay. We cannot like, now how we added the sphere field. Let's delete everything and say it again. We have the shader field, the shader effector, which is from here, from MoGraph tab, effectors, shader. And the effectors can be applied to the cloner because the cloner has a tab called effectors. So whenever we see this, we know that we can apply some kind of effect. We have different effectors, and for this one, we are using shader because shader can take a noise that can give us this wave. Now, after we applied the wave inside the shader, that it's applied to the brick cloner, it's applied to the whole geometry. Now, in order to eliminate this effect in some places, we introduced field, which is basically an attractor inside the effector, because the effector can take a fall-off tab. We can see that it has a fall-off tab, which can take this kind of pink tools. It's here and it's here, the same. And this pink tools, it's called fields. Either spherical field, box, cylinder, linear, radial, whatever. These fields, whenever you can use it inside a fall-off tab, inside an effector or other objects, you can either click here and select what you want and release. It will automatically be applied here and it will show under the shader, or you can click on the shader, click and hold here, and select the one you want and release. It will show outside the shader, but it's automatically applied to the shader because we were selecting the shader. Or if we are not selecting anything, we can go here and drop a sphere field, and we can come back okay. I will check the 25 and let you know. Just leave me your email or whatever you want, because we are now unfortunately working with 23. Anyway, I'm sure there is follow-up, but you have to like see what it is for now. Of course, there is a field, but it might be in a different place. For now, guys, let's just move on, please. We go to the shader and we drop the sphere field inside it. Again, Vladimir, it's totally fine. Just drop me your email. I will share with you the how you can add them. So now we click on shader, fall off, and then if we don't have it as we said, we can click and drag and drop it here. So now we have this sphere. Now we did the sphere. Let's just, for this example, introduce the linear field. Okay, cool, got it. Now, inside this linear field, sorry. Now we can see that the linear field is applied to the shader. We can see it here. We can move it. And the way linear field works, if we get closer to it, we can see that it has a line between these two surfaces, an arrow here, which is basically saying that the effect is starting from here to here. So now let's rotate this on this blue axis 90 degrees, and we can see that it is now starting down to top. So now let's scale this linear field, and that will give us smoother gradient in this case, starting down, ending up. And if we start the render again, we can see that it is doing this gradient based on this linear field. So basically this is how we can get these kind of waves. And again, we can have unlimited waves or techniques or shapes based on the different noises. How do you change your view to a specific object, like how you press F in Maya? Okay, cool. It's by pressing S on the keyboard. So if we have this cube and we want to, or let's say, okay, the sphere field, we want to go there, we can press S, zoom in and press S, and that will take us to this object. Basically pressing S or O do the same. So now another cool feature, if you are lost here, sometimes you select your object and it could be hidden inside a lot of different Inside the groups, if you hover over the object manager and click S, it will also do the same and unroll all the folders and take you to the bus. So S, it works inside the viewport and inside the object manager, so just to keep in mind. Because sometimes you have a lot of stuff inside the groups that you cannot navigate. You select it in the viewport and you hover over the object manager and click S, it will do the same. It will unroll everything and take you to the object. Thanks for the question. Okay, so this is for how we can get the wave. It's you still need to like do more exploration on it. And quickly, I want to share how I got these segments. It's basically by using the atom array, as we said, as we do before, but a nice way to have a like we know that we have this rectangle. We can take it out and we can apply an extrude to this rectangle. So here, this modifiers for the geometries, this modifiers for the curves. So if we select the rectangle, press Ctrl Alt on the keyboard and then select extrude, it will be applied to this rectangle. So now we can extrude. I'm not paying attention to the orientation. I just want to mention that now we extruded this curve. Now, how we can have the control over the mesh after extruding the curve? If we go back to the curve and go to the intermediate points, changing from adaptive, which is basically gonna scatter more points on the corners to have smooth corners, from adaptive to uniform, that means it will place 8 points on each segment. So now I can, by changing the point number on the curve, I'm having different subdivision on the extruded mesh. So now, the bad part about this one is that I can only have control over the vertical segments. Now, if I want to add horizontal segments, in this case, I need to break this geometry into the editable mesh and add them by loop or path cut. If I don't want to do that, and I want to have some control in a procedural way, instead of using extrude, I'm gonna use sweep, which is basically gonna ask for a rail and cross section for this rail. So now, sorry, it's stuck. I don't know why. No problem. I'm gonna share this exercise with you. I'm gonna turn off the cinema. I'm not gonna wait. That's because I think we didn't switch the render off. Not sure. No problem. I'm gonna run again. Not gonna repeat everything. We have the part that talks about the wave on the brick. Now, just to cover the idea of having control over the mesh after applying a extrude or sweep, that I'm gonna drop this rectangle and I'm gonna go to this viewport here because I wanna draw a line. I'm gonna choose spline bend, which basically allow me to draw a line between 2 points. Either I'm gonna click once, second click, third click, or I can click and hold and drag to have this kind of curve that you can now draw it this way. Space to release. This is not my case. I just want to draw a straight line. So I'm going to go to the spline pen. I'm going to enable the snaps and enable grid snap. Zoom in to the 0 point and I'm going to draw it up. like this and release. So now, if I want to sweep, I'm going to go here and drop a sweep, and I'm going to add these two under the sweep. Now, the first object under the sweep is the cross section, and the second one is the rail. So in this case, the spline is rail. I can still control by controlling the point of the spline. If I click on spline, go to points, I know that I have point here that I can move, which is going to still control the sweep. Let me turn off the snaps. Inside the sweep, I can enable the caps or disable them. And now because I have, let's press NB to activate the growth shading lines. Now because I have line and rectangle, I can control both. If I go to the rectangle, change from adaptive to uniform. Yeah, and that happened after we share the required tools. So that's what make this problem. So now I have control over the rectangle points if I change to uniform. And I also have control over the spline if I also change to uniform. So now I have control on both the vertical and horizontal subdivision. Now again, it could be done by breaking the shape and adding loops, but if I want to keep having it in a procedural shape way, that I can still increase the rectangle dimensions or the line height or all this stuff or the rounding. This is how I'm going to do it. And then again, I can drop under the polygon reduction. Either I have random skin like this, let's say, maybe this is what I want. And let's disable this bounding. Maybe I want this kind of skin that I can use under a polygon, under a atom array to give me these segments, or I can go all the way down to 0. As we said, it will basically triangulate these mesh. So this is what gives me this simple structure behind this brick facade. Okay, so that's it for this. Unfortunately, we had to switch off the cinema because we didn't pay attention to what we are doing. So always keep in mind, if you run the render, switch the render off, pay attention to what you are selecting, all this stuff. Yeah, because also we didn't we didn't shut it down, or we didn't close the first example. So basically inside Cinema 4D, which is, we have to mention that if you open a new project here, it will not give you another tab. It will stay inside Cinema, like what will happen inside Revit. And the way we switch between the projects is by pressing V on the keyboard. It will give us this menu that it's close to what you have in Maya, but we are not going to use it. We just basically press V and click on the projects, and then you will have all the opened projects. So in our case before, we had the whole first exercise open, and we were working on the second one, which is not good, especially we are sharing the screen. That also make it harder on the PC. So yeah, but we're going to share the second example, and it's like pretty obvious. And if you just pay attention a little bit to the tutorial, you can easily do it. It's pretty easy. And just like as we said, even the tabs is like stuck a little bit. Anyway, let's do a quick exercise to see the noise shaders. So if I have this plan, I'm going to increase the segments. And the reason I'm going to increase them a lot because I want to use displacer deformer. So let's enable in B, which is the broad shading lines, increase the segments, use 500 by 500. Then I'm going to drop a displacer under the plan, and inside the displacer, it basically can take shading, which is same as what the shader effector can take, and same as what shader field can take, we're going to see. So if we use a noise inside the displacer, we can see that it is affecting the shape. Let's increase the scale. That's what we were doing basically on top of the facade, brick facade cloner. So we increased the scale, we changed the noise to electric, we scaled down the octaves. So we have these lines, less noise. And then we increased the cycles to have this. And basically, if we applied this noise to the shader field that it was on the brick facade, it will move the brick based on this shape here. So as we mentioned, the low clip and high clip, it basically, if we pay attention, it's changing the gradient between the black and white. And that's what it's giving us this different result for in this 3D. So we have now very harsh lines between the black and white, which is represented exactly here. If we get back to what we had before, we can see the smooth gradient between black and white, and it's represented here. You can also change the brightness. It has an effect. If we scale down, we have more black. If we scale up, we have more white. And you can change them manually. If we switch the white to gray, it will be lower because we have less contrast between the black and white. So this is also how you can easily inside Cinema 4D with some different type of noises you can change, and you can then play with the height, and then you can add even another displacer. You can go back here, go to the object and increase the height. Then you can somehow have a terrain or like a environment, as I can show in this example here, which is basically come from this stuff here. So noise inside Cinema can do a lot of cool stuff in many different ways. So yeah, one last thing I want to mention is why the effectors has the same color. If we click the shader and drop it under the plan, if we go to the shader, which is an effector in this case, it's not coming from here, it's coming from the effectors. If we go to the deformer tab, we can set the deformation to points. In this case, now if we go to this one, shading, one minute, I will answer the question. If we go to the displacer, shading, noise, and we copy the shader, let's go back to the shader effector, deformer, sorry, shading, paste the noise. Well, it should affect the points. Okay, sorry, because we still have to go to the parameter instead of scale. we need to affect the position. And in this case, it's Y, X again. NB. Okay, here we go. It is working on one of these, which is in this case the Z. Now it is not the best way to use the effector because it's much heavier than the displacer, which is meant to do that for the displacer, but this is just to explain why they have the same color, because somehow you might need to use the shade, the effector as a deformer instead of shader. So keep that in mind. But don't use it instead of displacer, because this is not the best way. Now, the question is, can we manage the edges? I'm not sure. Do you mean these edges? Okay. Yeah, it could be managed like not by using a plan. It should be, I think if I selected all these surfaces, extruded them, create caps, let's extrude them, which is heavy, but let's try. Now, if we apply the displacer here, I think, I think this is the way you can have close. And if you are asking about, we have a fall off inside the displacer effector, which means that we should be able to use a sphere field in this case. I didn't try, but yeah, it's working. And now we can have the effect only based on this attractor. And the way we can change this hard transition is if we click on the field and go to remapping. I think we should, yeah, by changing this, we should have a way to have it smooth. Here. If we choose curve, sorry, yeah, here. Let's take it up a little bit. Yeah, by manipulating this curve, you'll be able to have a smoother transition. Does this answer the question? Okay, great. Yeah, so cool. Now let's take a 5-minute break and jump to the next exercise. Okay, guys. Okay. Okay, see you guys in 5 minutes. Okay, guys, we are back. Is there a setting where you can tell Corona? No, Vladimir, actually Corona only work with CPU for until now, so no GPU for Corona, unfortunately. If you want to use the GPU, you can go for Octane Render, which is very powerful inside Cinema 4D. It uses the GPU. You can also use Redshift, but I personally use Octane for GPU inside Cinema 4D. Okay, so I'm gonna close this one so we don't have the same problem. So the next exercise is gonna be heavy. We're gonna be working on this one. Here where the fun part is. So for this one, we're going to be working with volume builder and volume measure and Voronoi fracture. So we're going to start by, it looks complicated, but it is pretty simple. And for this one, exactly, it is like, we're not going to model anything. So to start, we're going to, let me just set, okay. We're going to drop a box and we're going to scale this box on the Y. Let's give it 800 centimeter. Now, if we want to move this box to be at the exact center without using snaps or breaking the object, we can go to the coordinates. Since we know that the axis for now, it is in the center of the object and the height of the object is 800. So if we go to coordinates and on the Y, if we give it 400, which is half of the height, it will sit on the ground exactly. So now we're gonna use, let's enable the rotating lines and go to the volume icon here or to the volume tab where we can choose the volume builder. And it's a green, so we're gonna drop the object inside it. And as we can see, it's converted this cube to set of volumes. Basically, it's working with open VDBs, which is close to, it should be close to what you have inside Blender, if you are using Blender, and it is exactly the same what you have in Houdini. So inside Volume Builder, we have different type of volume. We have sign distance field, and we have fog, and we have vectors. So for creating meshes, we're gonna work with first two. For now, we're gonna use fog, and we're gonna see why we are using fog. Now, under the volume builder, we can use a shader field, not from the effectors, from the shaders, which is a pink objects. So I'm gonna drop a shader field and I'm gonna put it inside the cube, inside the volume builder. If we click on the volume builder, we can see that we have the cube and we have the shader field. Now, if we click on the shader field, we can see that the creation space set to box, which is actually not affecting the cube. So we have to switch from box to object below. Once we switch to object below, we see that the box disappeared. That's because there's no data inside the shader field. So if we click on the shader field, and go to the shading or the field, sorry, we can see that we have shader, same as we had in the shader effector and same as we have in the displacer, which means we have to introduce texture. In this case, we're going to use noise because, as we mentioned, the noise in Cinema, it's 3D, not only 2D. And in order to see that, let's scale this one up and we can start to see that we have black and white. Yeah, sure. It's a different story since we start working with volumes inside Cinema. So now we can see that this texture is represented here, black and white. And in order to see what's really going on, it's gonna convert this volume builder to a mesh. And in order to do that, we're gonna go back to the volume tab and choose volume measure. So now if we drop this builder inside the measure, it's gonna give us this mesh, which is basically based on these noise. So if we change the scale, we can see that this mesh is changing right now. Again, we can use different type of meshes. We can change the octave as we did. We can increase the cycles as we did. But in this situation, we are having a 3D mesh. So for this example, we use this mesh, which is basically, sorry, this texture here, SEMA, which is basically, it needs, let's switch off this one. And we can see that it's only scattering small number of points inside these black points. That's because we don't have enough resolution for the voxel sizes. So let's go down with the voxel size and pay attention. When we are going down, the scene will get heavier. So we don't go all the way down, we go one by one. So let's go, we know that 10 to 5, it's okay for now. We start seeing these white dots more obvious in this case. So let's go more and a little bit more. We can still move. Now let's apply the measure and switch to broad shading without lines. And we can see that we have this kind of surface, but it's still like, it's not forming a one surface. And that's because we need to go down in the voxel size. And mainly when we are working with fog, we can go down more than if we are working with sign distant field. So let's switch to one and wait a little bit. And here we go. We start having the shape, but the reason we are not having a one surface is because we increase the cycles from the previous one, and we should not use it here. So let's go back to one. Wait a little bit. Actually 0, not 1. My shader field affects only the bottom of the builder, and that's because you have to click on the volume builder, then on the shader field, then make sure that creation space is set to object below, not a box. So now, as we can see, we are having a one surface. We go down in the voxel size, but we have to make sure that we don't put more cycles for this one, specifically for this one, in order to have this shape. Now, now that we have this closed shape, I think we can still have a lower voxel size. Let's increase it a little bit and see if we still have a closed shape. Yeah, we can also add some effects on top of this. If we click and hold here, we can see fog multiply, invert, add. Let's choose fog add. And if it's 100%, it will fill everything. Let's scale it down and try to increase it a little bit and see that it helps us to close these gaps. It gives a thicker layer of the, in this case, it's not voxels, it's fog, but it's trying to add more fog around the ones that we have. So now that we have this surface, increase it a little bit. What we're gonna do next, sorry, where the object below. Okay, if you click on the volume builder, shader field, sorry, volume builder, inside the volume builder, you can see your shader field. And down for the creation space, you should see either box or object below. Box, it will work only inside a box. Object below, it will affect the cube that it's underneath this shader. Okay, so next, let's rename this one and gonna name body because I'm gonna consider it as my main shape. Then I'm gonna click Control and select and drag everything to have another copy. Now we have to wait a little bit because it's gonna recalculate everything. But for this one, inside the volume builder, above the fog add, I'm gonna click and hold and choose fog invert. And in this case, it will give me the opposite. Now I'm staying. Okay, in R25, there's no object below. Okay, Vladimir, I cannot answer all the questions regarding the R25 because I'm not using R25 yet, unfortunately. Okay, found in a different place, that's good. Yeah, basically everything is there, but yeah, they, as Mike said, they switch everything. So yeah, I will not be able to answer quickly because I'm not using R25, unfortunately. So yeah. Now, after we applied fog invert on top of everything for the second object. Okay, now we have, let's hide this one from the viewport. And now we can see that we have two objects and they are separated based on the initial object that we used. So for now, I want to use each one of them for different reasons. So in order to be able to separate them, I have to switch these object to a mesh and then split them. But before I do that, pay attention that whenever you use volume measure, or even if you are inside Houdini and you use VDB, convert VDB, then switch to polygons, you should have adaptive, it's in Cinema, and in Houdini, it's adaptivity. And what this do, it basically, when you increase it, it tries to reduce the mesh subdivisions, and you get the mesh subdivisions from the voxel size. So whenever you go down in the voxel size, you will have a denser mesh when you remesh these voxels or volume. So in order to go back to more reasonable mesh, you have to pay attention to the adaptivity or adaptive. And what it will do, it will try to minimize the number of polygons whenever it can, by which is gonna still try to maintain the shape by increasing the polygons whenever it needs. So I think it's between 0 and 100 here. It is between 0 and 1 in Houdini. So let's just a little bit, and that will help in the viewport and in the render. So pay attention to that part. we're going to do it for this one and for the initial one. But for now, before I switch this object to editable geometry, I need to do this. Now, I can switch by pressing C on this one, or by right-click and say current state to object. Now, I have this body as a mesh. Let's disable all these guys and hide them. Let's take this one. And now, how I'm going to split these two objects. I will go to the polygon, and then I will go to select and choose fill selection, or UF on the keyboard as a shortcut. If I used fill selection and hover over one part, it's gonna try to select all the connected polygons. So that I know that my geometry is split to two objects based on the initial surface, I can right now select this one, press UB on the keyboard, or split, sorry. Or split, and that will give me a new mesh for this object. Now, while I'm selecting, let's go back to the original one and hit delete. So now I have two different objects, this one and this one. So before we did that, we actually could have changed the noise to have different like shape for the surface. If we take a look at this one, we can see that we have one part has this kind of, I'm considering them as slabs in this case, and the other one for the structure. So let's hide this one and see. Yeah, we could have adjusted the initial shape more than this, but it's okay for now. So I will use this part for the structure in this case, and this part for the slabs. Again, it's a conceptual design. It could be like it is not for the real world, so don't blame me on using slabs here for this stuff. So in order to have them inside this one, let's first hide the structure. Now I know that I have this one and I have the initial surface, which is this one here. Again, I didn't apply the adaptivity for this one. We can apply it, and as we can see, it reduces the polygon count. So for this one, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to apply a volume builder. Inside this volume builder, I'm going to switch to fog, and I'm going to put another shader. Now we could have copied this one, but I'm doing it again. So inside this shader, instead of adding a noise, I will copy the noise that we used for the initial part. And we're going to paste it here. We're not going to see anything because it's following the same shape for now. Let's first decrease the voxel size to have more density. Set it to 2. Now, going inside this shader, which is basically same as this one, what I can do is I can scale down the whole noise. Let's see. If we scale it down, we still to do as we mentioned with Vladimir, that we need to go to the shader field and make it applicable to the object below. Now we can see, if we drop this under a volume measure, that we are having this inside. Now, it's okay, but it is not same as what I have here, because what I did for this one is basically I was using the same size or the same global scale, but in the relative scale, we can adjust only on one axis, which is the middle one, which is the Y. So if we scale down, in this case, we will start having them like squeezed in the Y direction. So let's go down to 30. Yeah, and this is what we want, and it is only happening inside this part. So this part is clean to be used for something else. So now, for this one again, I have to use fog add, not all the way up. And I can still go down for the voxel size. I'm trying to close these guys here as much as possible. This is only the annoying part for this one, for this particular noise shader. Okay, there's different solutions. We're going to see them later to close this. But for now, we have this one, which is, as we said, we are assuming that this is the slabs and this is the body. And now I want both of them to be as one part. And how I'm going to do that, I'm going to add a new volume builder, and I'm going to drop these two because I converted them to meshes. So now they are meshes. I'm going to drop them again inside the volume builder. So in this case, I will have both of these meshes being converted to voxels again, and the relation between them is union. So I will have one voxelized object. Now, before I continue with this one, I want to mention why I use the fog for this kind of texture when I'm using the shader field. Is that because if I'm using sign distance field, it will not give the void inside the geometry. It will keep the box and only apply on top of it. In order to make it work all the way, we have to switch to fog in this case when we use shader field. So now that I have the mesh I want inside the new volume builder, I can use sign distance field. No need to use fog. So let's go down by the voxel size. Again, slowly, not all the way down, because it's gonna stuck at some point. Is the position of the object important of the volume image? Not sure if I get your point, but regarding the noise is basically, let's say when you say global scale is covering all this area, when you move your object, yes, the noise it's gonna change. Not sure 100%, but yes, I think if you moved your object, the noise is gonna change. Or if you move the, yeah. Is this the question? Okay, cool. Okay, so now I'm having a volume builder. Let's name this one body because it has everything. And I'm using sign distance field, which give me different type of filters on top of it. It's not like fog add and fog invert and this stuff. We can use now dilate and erode, which basically is going to offset these volumes, and that could help me closing these gaps. Then I can use fog smooth, which basically going to try to smooth them, which also going to help me have this kind of organic transition in the corners. But first, let's see how much I can go down. And please be careful with going down with the voxel size, because and save your file before, because sometimes it takes so long to update, sometimes it crashes. And also the overall size of the object is related to the voxel size. So if your object is very big, pay more attention to the voxel size. Let's see, at 2 it start taking time, but I'll stay with 2. Then I will use an offset. I'm offsetting them here, not by 5 centimeters. Let's try 3, and then let's apply smooth, and we can go up, I think. And then if we drop this under a volume measure, that will give us one shape that we can also, I think, smooth it. Yeah. What is happening today? You guys just give me 1 second. Yeah, it's a lesson to be careful with working with volumes. You cannot be working in rush with when you are using volumes inside Cinema, especially it is a heavy file and we are using like volume inside volume. But it should not stuck like this though. I don't know why. Guys, give me 1 second. Guys, 1 minute, I'll be back. Okay, guys, really sorry. The whole PC, I don't know what's going on. I guess because I don't want it to do that. It's happening. I'll be so quick. So sorry for that. I have to cover this exercise, so I'll do it very quick here. And I'm gonna keep the voxel size up a little bit, so because you already, I don't know, maybe we could, because we are sharing the screen. So now inside this one, we have decreased the voxel size again a little bit. And we also we're almost here. So this one is the slabs. Sorry guys. This one is the body. And this one we don't need for now. Let's save a copy. So yes, again, to the slabs, volume builder, and then volume add a little bit of volume. I'm not going to spend a lot of time about it. We got the initial idea for this one. I'm going to try to go down a little bit more. Save. And then we put both of them under a volume builder, and we call it the body. And this one we used sign distance field. We go down. Let's go to 2. Here we have different type of effects that we can add on top of these volume builders. Since we are using sign distance field, we're going to use dilate and erode, which allow us to offset these voxels, and then we're going to use smooth to have more organic transition. Let's scale it down a little bit. We were almost here. So yeah, before we start breaking the shape, we're going to switch to volume measure, and keep in mind the idea of increasing the adaptivity to have lighter files. And this is basically what we have in this part here. So we still have the second part, which we're going to name it as we said. And yeah, spending a little bit of time carefully on this part, you can have finer shapes and smoother final result. But yeah, pay attention. I'm not sad that we have this problem because we have, no matter what, we have to pay attention to the file that we are working on. So now for the structure part, what we're gonna use is we're gonna drop these mesh under a Voronoi fracture. And as we did in the first exercise, when we drop these inside, we can see that by default, the Voronoi fracture is running on the source, which is random distribution of these points. So we're going to delete this source and we're going to use a new one. In this case, we're going to use, again, matrix. First, we used linear to create the slabs. We don't need slabs here, so I'm going to use grid array. Instead of per step, I'm going to use endpoint because I know that my initial box is 200 by 200. So I'm going to say 200 by 200. And inside this 200 by 200, I only want six points, as we can see here. Now, these 6 points going to drive these Voronoi fracture. So I will go to source, and this one, I'm going to call it columns for this set of points. So I'm going to drop it under the source, move it a little bit. Now moving it up or down, it's not going to do any change because it's basically cutting the object based on the points, as we can see here. Now, how we can extract these intersections? We used before the atom array, and it could be done by atom array. If I were using, let's use this cube as an example. Let's take this off and put the cube instead. So now this matrix is fracturing this cube. Now this cube, if we drop it, if we drop this Voronoi, that it is cutting the cube under a atom array, it will work. Why? Because this cube has no segments on its surface, basically only these segments. Now the problem with using atom array is that it's gonna calculate every single segment in the mesh, which means it's gonna give us pipes around all these kind of segments in addition to what's inside the Voronoi fracture. So that's not our solution in this case. In this case, we're gonna drop this object back again. Here we can, as we can see, it's giving us every single edge on the mesh. We don't want that. Let's take it out of the atom array. Let's call it columns. And inside the Voronoi fracture, we have an option under the attribute manager. If we go to selections and we check surface break edges, it will give us these, it will give us this tag here, which is basically edge selection tag. Now we're gonna apply edge selection tag, edge selection, and also inside faces, which is gonna give us polygon selection tag. Now, how we can access these tags? Not right now because it's still a parametric object. So we need to break it. Right click and current state to object. And inside this group, we're gonna see all the different fragments of the Voronoi. We don't wanna deal with them. So in order to select everything inside this group, we're gonna click on the middle mouse button on top of it. And that will select everything inside. Now right click, connect object plus delete. So now we have one object. We can hide the Voronoi for now and select this mesh. So now this mesh has these tags. One of them is the surface break edges. We can access it. How we can extract them? Right click in this space here, and we're gonna choose edge to spline. Now, if we click edge to spline, it will give us a child under this mesh, which is the lines. Now let's select the object and move them and see these lines. It's cool, but this is not what we want because we don't see the lines that's inside. It's only giving us what's outside. Now, in order to have all the lines that we need, that's why we used another tag, which is the surface break edges. Sorry, surface inside surfaces here, inside faces. And that one, it's giving us the faces that's inside these Voronoi fractures. So now if we press U-P, we're gonna have these surfaces as separate objects. Let's move them to see what we have. This is also how you can have a waffle structure effect if you want, based on any geometry inside Cinema. You can do this technique to have this waffle structure. But this is not our point in this exercise. So let's bring them back. Let's hide this one. We don't want it anymore. We only use these surfaces. Now, let's select these surfaces, go to edge, select all the edges, right click, and edge to spline. Now, if we move, we can see that we have the edges that they are inside, and they are stopping from crossing this shape as exactly what we want because we are working only on the structure part, which is this one here. If we click again on this button to make it green, we will make sure that it is going to show even if it is under a hidden object, as we mentioned in the beginning. So now let's hide it again. And what we're going to do, we're going to use the splines and we're going to build a volume around them. Okay. Now, if we jump to this exercise, we can see that we have straight lines. This is how we got these straight lines. And we can see that there is some, to make sure that I covered everything, there is some randomness down. They are not all the way straight. How we get this randomness down? Let's delete this one and go back to the Voronoi fracture before. And then let's introduce another matrix. For this one, we will name it base. And in this one, we're going to choose grid array. Again, we can use 8 by 8. Endpoint 200 by 200. And now we're going to add some lines into the Y. They are not showing because we are using endpoint, not per step. So we have to increase the number in the Y. Now we have these points, but they are basically gonna do the same exact effect of the upper one because they are aligned. So how we gonna have a random breaking surface down is by applying an effect on these set of points. So we're gonna select these base metrics, go to MoGraph, effectors, and we're gonna choose random. And because we were selecting the base, random is automatically applied to the effector. So now, inside the effector, you can go to the effector tab and scale it down and up to change the effect. Now the parameters is by default set to position, which what exactly we need to change the position of these points. You can use it for the scale, but for a different reasons, or rotation, not in our case. So now if we go back to the Voronoi and go to source and add another source on top of that one, it will break also based on these points. So, sorry, moving the shape. So now we are breaking these Voronoi based on two set of points, vertical on the upper part and random down. Now it is very dense here, so let's choose lower set of points, maybe 6 by 6. Yeah. Now, as we still have these tags here, if we do it again, current state to object, without opening it, just middle mouse click, right click, connect object plus delete. Let's hide this one and select the inside faces, UV, delete the original one. Now we have these guys, but they are randomized at the down part. So now if we go to edge, select all the edges, right click, edge to spline. In down, we have these curves. Let's delete the surfaces. And now we have our lines, as we can see here. So now we can either delete the matrix or we can hide them with the Voronoi factor inside the group. And let's call it structure. Now, this one, we're going to work with these curves. And we can also drop the curves under a volume builder. But the difference is, in this case, we're going to click on the curve, and now we're going to see two options, radius and density. What it's basically going to do, it's going to scatter the points along these curves and give them a radius to convert them to voxels. So now, pay attention that the voxel size and the radius is related, because we cannot go down with the radius less than the voxel size. So for example, if I said 9, it will not work. Let's go down with the voxel size to 5 and go down with the radius to 5. A little bit more. Let's go 3 and 3, and we can start seeing these points that scattered around, along the curves. So if we set 2 by 2, now obviously we don't have enough resolution to make a mesh. In this case, we're going to increase the density. Let's set it to 1, and now it will fill these curves with voxels. Now we can convert this to mesh. But we still need to merge between these two options. So let's save, and inside this volume measure, sorry, not the volume measure, inside the volume builder, we're gonna drop the volume measure that has the whole body with the slabs alongside the curves. So inside this volume builder, we're going to see the curves and the whole body and the relationship to union converted to voxels and then converted to mesh. And now we can start seeing that this is a whole mesh connected also to these vertical segments. Now, how we can have like more obvious relation between them? If we go back inside this, we can increase the inside the volume builder, we can click on the curves and we can increase the radius. So now we have thicker lines. We can also, inside this volume builder, let's name it. Body plus lines, whatever you want to name it. And inside this one, we're gonna use dilate and erode on top of them. So now we know that we can offset the volume, not so much. Let's choose 1 centimeters, and then we can use smooth, and we're gonna go down with the smooth until we have our lines back here. And as we can see, we can start see more transition between these lines and these shapes. Right now, I can still go back to the curves and increase the radius a little bit. So I will have my shape back, but I have like more of this edge here or this corner here. And again, down I have this randomized structure. So basically this is the technique behind this exercise. And the segments that we are seeing here, it's basically coming from increasing the adaptivity. So not so much. Sorry, don't change it. It's 110. How much? Okay, don't change that one. Okay. Yeah, this line is basically coming from the original mesh, where then in the render, I'm using a wire shader to extract these lines back on top of the mesh. So again, this is my whole tower. Now for this one, I can still apply some modifiers like twist. If you want, you can twist the whole building. You can twist only the base. You can use bulge, and that will also give you more control. I like to make it a little bit thicker on the downside. And you can hide these guys. And basically this is our volume tower. So now let's do a quick render. We're not gonna dive deep in the render part, just a quick overview on Corona render. So now if we click on this one here, we can see that it is the render settings. The render is set to standard. We're gonna switch to Corona. Here, if we click here, we can see the Corona settings. We're not gonna work with them because by default it comes with like pretty much it's like we don't have to change anything for the beginning. So we're gonna stick to the default. The only thing we're gonna do is enable the denoising, which is after the render, we're gonna be able to denoise our image, which is basically can save you up to 50% of the whole render. So we're gonna enable Corona high quality. And now the output, we're gonna set the aspect ratio. For this one, I'm using something like 1500 by 1080, which is a portrait size. Now, what's annoying about Corona render is that if I'm having my aspect ratio like this, and I started a interactive rendering by clicking on Corona tab in interactive rendering, it is not adaptive. Like it's not like when you are using Corona inside 3D Max, if you are familiar with, because it will only work on 1400 by 1080. Let's add a light to see what I mean. So I can only see the whole image and move around. So in order to have a small preview, I have to lock the aspect ratio and then go down in the resolution. So I will set this to 800, but I checked on lock ratio, which means I still have the same aspect ratio. So now if I started if we click and hold here, we can see start IR, which is start interactive rendering. And here we go. We've added sunlight. We're gonna stick to one light source and one basic material. So we're gonna go to post tab, tone mapping. First thing we're gonna do, we're gonna increase the highlight compression, which basically gonna lower the burning effect in the image. So let's set to any value above 10. We don't have to change all these stuff. No need for now. And let's go to the sun. As we can see, if we go to the sun, we have the sun size and sun intensity. sun size actually have its effect on the shadows, because the bigger the light source, the softer the shadows that you have. So if we say my sun size is 0.2, you can see that your shadows is very sharp, following exactly the shape, which is not so realistic. If you say my sun size is 30, which is I think the maximum, now you can go up as much as you want. Did you get the fading blur color like in your IG post? Yes, we're gonna go to that part. Don't worry. So yeah, the larger the size of the sun or the light source, the softer the shadows. And for the intensity, let's go to 0.5. Now, an important part is to add a correct camera. So let's add a Corona camera by going to Corona tab, Corona camera. And now we set the camera, but if we move, we can go outside, we can see it. In order to go inside the camera, we're going to click here. And that will take us inside the camera. Now, pay attention to the focal length. That's very important, because here, if we are at 36 focal length, which is basically a wide angle camera, why not V-Ray or Octane? Aren't they better? In terms of rendering, I can say that there is nothing, like each render engine has its own weak and strength points. So I don't use V-Ray, and Corona recently added to the Chaos group. So basically, let's not have the fight between who's better, V-Ray or Corona, because Chaos group has both Corona, so they know that it is good. And for Octane, yes, Octane is much faster sometimes, because now let's talk a little bit about this part here. So if we go to the okay, yeah, GI mode. So I don't want to dive into that part, but basically we have the biased and unbiased render engine or light calculations. So if we are working with unbiased render engines, which is Octane is unbiased render engines. So Octane has to calculate the lights accurately as it is in the nature. So it gives more accurate results, but it takes significant amount of time. In Corona or V-Ray, you can activate UHD cache, which is basically cheating. And there is a video on YouTube you have to check in order to like, it's going to be very helpful. When you use UHD cache, basically you are cheating on the light calculation. So you calculate only the first bounce of the light, and then it will be generated automatically. In the best tracing, it's gonna calculate all the lighting bounces, so it will take much more time. So you can use Octane render for exterior shot, but when, for example, go with Octane to the interior scene, if you don't have like a set of GPUs, it will be almost impossible to have. And I'm talking about architectural interior rendering, when you have to achieve some kind of realism. So when it comes to Corona, Corona only use CPU. V-Ray can use CPU and GPU, but Corona can use CPU in like, I don't know if you used Corona, but it is faster and smoother and easier to set up the files. Now, in terms of the realistic results, I think if you go to Behance, check the most amazing or whatever, like basically all of the, I think it's like all the architectural visualization that they use Corona or V-Ray, not Unreal Engine, they are using Corona because it's faster than V-Ray in some cases if you are working with CPUs. So this is not a comparison. There's nothing better than nothing. Each software, it has its weak points and strength points. Also, Corona had the light mix feature. We're not going to talk about it. You can check it online. And it was only for Corona. After Kaiser Group bought Corona, they added the light mix feature to V-Ray. So check that on the web. Give it a quick search, and also go to Corona website. They talk about how GPU calculate the image and how CPU calculate and what is the difference. So for me, I use both, but for all the scenes that all the renders or the recent renders that you see, if you can see my account, it's basically done with Corona. Now, moving to this part, it is very important to pay attention to the camera, because if I were to render this image by a wide angle camera like this, it will not look so interesting. Some shots need to be wide angle. And by wide angle, I mean that the camera can capture more of the scene, and that will cause distraction when you go close to the object. Longer focal length, which is basically a telephoto camera, it can give you more straight edges and sometimes more architectural feeling for the buildings. So sometimes, like, each scene has its own situation, but just to pay attention that you have to give the focal length a try in any software you are using, no matter what render engine. So yeah, this is for the camera. I'm gonna stick to this one for now. For the sun, I don't want to see, like, for now, if we go to the coordinates and we change the height of the sun, we can see that it is trying to give us a realistic result, like between high and low, orange and white. I don't want to see that. I want to switch to, we go to sun object. I want to switch to color. I don't want to use the color from sky. I want to use white color only. So now, basically, we are having the sun orientation, but no matter how we change, it will not change the, am I using global illumination? I'm not sure I got your question, but basically, yes, we are using global illumination inside Corona, yeah, by default. Now, when it comes to if I go to the render setting, I didn't change anything. This is the GI mode where you can switch between fast tracing and UHD cache, which is the topic I mentioned that what you mean effects? Okay, we can discuss that later if I'm not answering the question correctly, but I don't think there is an option. There's no option for enabling or disabling global illumination inside Corona. Effect tab below. We can have a discussion when we finish, because I'm not getting exactly what you want right now. right of the render settings. You mean here in the global illumination tab? Sorry, left. This one? Ah, okay. This one, I think it's related to the, no, this one, we are not using this one because I think it's related to standard render. We can stick to what's inside Corona for the settings. When what inside the frame buffers for the effects. We're gonna get to them right now here under the LUT, bloom and glare and all this stuff. But basically, no, only inside Corona. And I'm not gonna make it, it is not a deep overview of Corona. We are basically focusing on the modeling, and it's a quick introduction to Corona as mentioned in the course description. But I think the idea of the overall workflow, it could be applied on any render engine and anything you are using. Like just sharing some thoughts that could be applied to anything, whatever you prefer. So sometimes, as you can see in the render, it didn't get the last update. So for the volume builder, if it is not converted to static mesh, so we're gonna rerun the render engine to see, yeah, as we can see here. So now, I'm using a very simple techniques for my pictures. Basically, only one light source, and in some cases, one material. So nothing so special about it. It's just the technique could be helpful. Again, I'm gonna use longer focal length to have the object more straight. Now, inside Cinema 4D, we don't have the option to eliminate vertical lines as in the 3D Max camera, but we can tweak it somehow if we go to the camera under the film offset Y. If you are looking down, from down up, if you give this one, the Y, a negative value, and then try to go again to your orientation, it will give you straight lines, because basically this like distorting the image somehow, but in this case it's fixing the lines. If you are looking from the upper part, use positive value. Check it on your own if you are interested in the idea, you will see the difference. So now for the I use only one light source. We can go to the coordinates, change the rotation of the sun. Each scene and each building has its own, like the most important part is basically working on the lighting, no matter what is the render engine. Good to activate the sharpening, and in the blur radius, we're gonna set to 0, so we have a sharper image. Now we are not using a material yet. Let's go to Corona. Now I'm using Corona 7. I have material library and I have the physical material, which is very helpful. But if you are using lower version, we're gonna stick to the legacy material, which is basically same as the old one. And we're gonna apply to the tower and another one. We can click, control, drag, and we will have another material. Let's name this one ground and set it to the ground. Now, you can either tweak this material by enable the volumetrics with subsurface scattering and giving higher value here with higher value for the radius in order to start having this scattering effect, which is basically same as the effect that you have if you put a light on your finger and look from the other side, you will see that your finger glowing orange. That's called subsurface scattering. And this is basically the idea behind this material, that it looks like it's glowing. There's no light, there's no emission. It's basically based on the light source, and how the light source hits the geometry, it will react. So the light intensity of the light source has its effect on this one. The orientation of the light source also. As we can see, the sun is hitting from the back, so we can see the full scattering color. Now the color of the scattering also has its effect, and this is basically how you get this kind of materials. By tweaking, now it is heavier for the render time, but I can tell that inside Corona it's much faster than other render engines. Yeah. And yeah, playing with the radius, the colors have its effect. And remember that you can still, let's go to the, change the light a little bit up. I want to scale the intensity down. No, this option is, it's there in V-Ray. It's basically in every render engine, but like it looks very like fast inside Cinema, but it's there in every render engine. There's subsurface scattering. There's subsurface scattering and volumetric scattering. And this is how you can get this kind of organic structure that feels like it is something like a living structure. Yeah, so back to the coordinates, up a little bit. And you can still change the diffuse of this material by adding a texture or changing the color. So I'm gonna add a noise texture in this case, which is gonna be the default one, just to add more details. I don't want to see it that big, so I'm gonna scale it down to 10. Now let's have another camera and zoom in to the object to see what's going on. Still big, so let's scale it down. I don't want to see it, just to have a feeling that there's something on the surface that could work. And then since it's black and white, I'm gonna go back, right click on the texture, copy, go to the bump, enable the bump, right click on the texture, and I'm gonna paste it. So it's also gonna give us a little bit of bump based on the same texture. Now, let's go back to our camera. And let's say we need to add the wireframe layer on top of this. I'm gonna go to Corona and Node Material Editor. And that one will give us this Node Material Editor. We're gonna select our material and drop it here. So now we can see it as a nodes. We have the noise, we connected to the noise to the diffuse and the noise to the bump. No texture connected to the scattering. It's only the settings, and we can access them if we click on the material and go to the volumetrics. This is the same setting that we can find here if we go to volumetrics. But we have more visual control on the texture that we've added to the material. We can navigate by middle mouse button and move the object left mouse, right click to add more stuff. So we're gonna right click, go to new shader, and then we go to plugins, Corona, and we're gonna use wire. Now let's connect the wire to diffuse. And that will give us the mesh wire, which is the mesh segments, as a wireframes on top of the material. Right now it's set to be gray. Let's switch to almost black. And the width is 1 centimeter. Let's have a smaller width. And that's how we can have this kind of effect on the material. And remember, this came from the additivity in the volume measure. So it is very important, and you can still tweak it if you go back to the tower and object and change the additivity. I'm not going to change it, but you get the point. If we increase, we will have more spacing between these segments. We can add a new shader, right click, plugins, Corona, and I think it's either mixture shader. Yeah. We can add top layer, base layer in the mixed texture. In this case, it should be set to 50%. Now, if we connected this to the diffuse, let's see. The mixture shader, it is mixing based on add, multiply, subtract. Okay, so we have these options as what we have inside the Photoshop. So let's try multiply. Yeah, I think multiply, it will give us the both noise and the wire shader. So now we have to tweak a little bit to have what we want. And in order to do that, we're gonna add new shader, plugins, Corona, color correct. And we're gonna connect the result here, and then this one here. And what color correct give us is control over the texture. So I know that I want it to be a little bit, I have more brightness. So I go to brightness and let's say 0.1. Nice. And here we go. Now I have the wire shader, I have the noise, and I still have the bump on top of them. So basically, this is my material, nothing so special, and I didn't use any external texture inside Cinema, and we didn't use a material library also. Very simple. If we go, and this could be applied in every single render engine somehow. Now we're not gonna pay attention too much to what we're gonna have. We are just covering the technique. For the ground, as we said, we can easily now do let's go out the camera, add a little bit more segments, and add a, now it might not work, but let's try to add a displacer. Give it a shading, noise, use another noise. Okay. Let's use a larger scale. Actually, use this one. Back to the object and increase the height. I know that we need to increase the scale also. Let's try to play with the higher and lower clip to have some kind of ground under this object. My camera coming from here, so I'm moving it. Now again, nothing so special, guys. It's pretty simple. Now let's go back to the camera. And now for this shader, we can apply, let's go to the ground material. Let's activate the displacement and add a texture. Now we're not going to spend a lot of time on this one, but just like, again, now we are applying these textures on the displacement. So in the texture, so we only see the difference in the render engine. But pay attention to the displacement because it makes the render so heavy. And this is how we can get some kind of like rocky ground behind the object. I don't know if it is suitable for the overall atmosphere, but yeah, let's have another more interesting camera. As we said, if we want to look from the top, if we don't get this one negative, we can go very far and use a longer focal length. This is how we can get this kind of architectural element with straight lines going up. Now, quickly, just let's go back to this material, and I see that I don't want to have all this brightness to match what's going around. Now, if we go back to the post, we have the curve, we can edit the curve, and this is basically, you can do it here or inside Photoshop. If we have the S curve, we're going to increase the shadows, highlights, and if we level this up, we will have this kind of fading effect on the blacks, which is gonna give us like a cool effect. And later you can add an LUT, and the LUT is a color grading profile on top of the image, same as what we use in the actual camera. And you have a set of cool LUTs, you can switch between them. And don't be afraid of trying this stuff, because it gives you some cool effect. I will go down to some favorite LUTs like this one here. Now, sometimes after applying the LUT, you feel that you have to adjust the lighting based on the new applied LUT, which is fine. So you could also try to add it from the beginning. But I'm cool with this one. I'm gonna render it and send you guys the result. Let's just, and yeah, again, remember you can go back, volumes, change how your building is gonna scatter the light. So it's a little bit scary. I'm gonna go back to the, so it's more lovely. So yeah. Okay, now just to mention that after we adjusted everything, if we go to the exposure and increase the exposure, it will basically increase all the light sources in the scene. So instead of going to the sun, adjust the sun, I can just increase the exposure. Let's say 0.5, yeah, something like this. And now we need to enable denoising, or it's actually enabled by default since we have enabled it here. But denoising works only when you start the rendering. So we're gonna stop, we're gonna go back. Let me just make sure that it's updating the geometry. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna go to settings. As we mentioned, now we're gonna go back to our high resolution, and then we're gonna click on render. And here, we can also set, like if we go to Corona render settings and we can either set a pass limit or time limit. Pass limit, which basically, if you take a look here, it says it's rendering at the second pass. You can say that once it hits 60, for example, it will stop and then start denoising, or a time limit. Or if you want, you can just wait for the image if you are so excited to see what's going on. And once you feel that it is okay, you can click on stop and the denoiser will start. But for now, let's leave it rendering and have a 5-minute break so we can jump to the next exercise. And then we can see what we get from this render. Okay, guys? Okay, guys, see you in a 5 minute. Okay, guys, we are back. Let's now stop the render and we'll see that denoising will pop up and it will denoise the image. As we can see, it will remove part of the noise. Now the light source, it's so intense, but it looks cool. I will share it with you so you can guys see. Okay. Save as JPEG. Okay, this zoom toolbar is not allowing me to touch my screen here. Okay. Increase the quality. I think it's in the lower versions, there's no this one. You don't have to deal with this one. Click OK. I go back. This is my image. I don't know if I can share it in the chat. You guys can check. Okay, so let's close Corona, save, and then move to the next exercise. Are you guys ready? All right. Now, for this exercise, I don't have an image on Instagram yet, but yeah, wait a little bit. You're gonna see what's going on. In this one, we're gonna introduce we're gonna use the simulation tab. We're gonna go to particles and drop an emitter. And what this do, if we click play, it basically emit particles out of it. Now we can see that we have 90 frame in our timeline. Let's stop, go back, select the emitter, and first go to the MoGraph tab and choose tracer. While we are selecting the emitter, if we click on tracer, it's automatically applied here. So inside the tracer, we're going to drop the emitter if it is not applied. And now if we click play, we can see lines. So we are tracing these particles. So we need to add more frames. In order to do that, we should go to the object settings, project settings, sorry. By pressing Ctrl D on the keyboard, we can see on the attribute manager that this is the project settings. Now we have the scale, we can change the scale of the project. We can, but basically inside Cinema, like use centimeters, whatever you are doing, it's better. And it's important to pay attention when you're importing from other softwares to the scale. But for now, we have here the FPX, which is the frame per second. This is basically related if you're gonna render an animation. We are not gonna render an animation in this case. So what we need to adjust is the maximum time. Instead of 90 frame, let's say 300. And what 300 means, basically, if we have 30 frame per second, it is 10 seconds in this case. So now if we click play, we have 10 seconds of the emission time. Okay, so let's select the emitter and go back to the simulation tab. We can see that we have the forces here. And inside these forces, we can use the attractors, deflectors, whatever, gravity, rotation. We're not focusing on these tools. Instead, as we selected the emitter, we applied the rotation, now the particles is rotating. It's that simple, but this is not what we want to use. We want to work with the field force, and also this features comes with the after R23 version of Cinema 4D. So if we drop the field force, now again, the field force is affecting the particles. Now we can drop inside these field force, and the name is field force. So basically we can use fields in this case. So if we choose radial field, as we can see, let's rotate it this side. Well, let's keep it like this and rotate the emitter actually. And play. We almost have the same effect that rotation is doing, but this time we have control over the vectors that affecting this. So because we applied radial field inside the field force, we can see these attractors, these vectors inside these field. If we increase the strength, now it's set to add to velocity, which means we are adding this effect to the initial emission force, which is up. So it's going up and rotate. If we increase the strength, we can see that the length of the vector is also increasing, which means it's affecting it more, as we can see. So basically, the fields in this case, or the linear field, let's say, let's disable the radial field, let's say, see the linear field. As we can see, it's affecting these in a linear way. So it is like we have more control because we can see what's going on in this case. Now we are not gonna dive deep in what we can do here. We're just gonna go introduce how we can use the volume builder again with the field force. So if we go to if you drop a volume builder, we can see that inside this volume builder, we have option we didn't use yet, which is the vector. If we switch to vector, we still don't see anything. Okay, let's go to the fields and drop a random field inside the volume builder. And now we can see that these vectors inside the volume builder, because we switched to vector, pay attention to that, it's randomized inside this random field. Now inside this random field, if we click on the volume builder again, random field, down here we can again we have the option to use a box or object below. Either you use a box and you can here increase the dimension of this box, let's say 1000. Or you can add an object, drop it down here, and do same as we did before, object below. And now if we scale the cube, we're gonna scale the vector with it. Basically, it's the same since we are using vector. We are using cube. I didn't try to use different shapes, but I think it's gonna work also. But we don't need to use different. Let's try sphere and drop it down. Yeah, it's working also because we choose the random field to affect the object below. We're gonna stick to the cube, delete the sphere. And now let's try to, first let's hide it and play. Nothing happening because the volume builder is not linked to the field force yet. So we're gonna drag the volume builder and drop it inside the field force, and it will ask to point object or volume object. We're gonna use volume object. So now it can read the volume builder vectors, but it's not giving us the effect because in this case we have to switch to change direction. Now if we hit play, okay, now if we sorry, just a minute, let's switch to box. Okay, I see. If we used object below, it's not working. So let's stick to the box mode and adjust this scale of the random field box down as we did here. And now after we set change direction, if we hide this, and play, we can see that these particles are following the randomized field and it's not able to move that much. What we can do inside the volume builder, since we are in the vector, we have different effects to apply in the vector mode. And we can use vector smooth. And if we see what's happening, you can see that after applying the vector smooth, these randomized vectors, it's being smoothed. So now if we play, you can see that the particles can move in this case. So what we want to introduce to this one is another effect, which is the vector curl. And this is how we can have a curl noise effect inside Cinema. So now if we hit play, we can see that this particle is following the curl noise and giving us these shapes. So now this by itself could be an interesting shape, but we're gonna do more. Now, if we go to the field and change the seed, each time we change the seed, we have different particle simulation in this case. Actually, I have an image of what we are doing. Okay, it's not here. So 1 minute, let me. Check, where is this? Here we go. We're trying to do something like this, which basically come from this kind of simulations. And the way we have this shape, we can see that there is kind of, that we can read this shape, even if it's randomized. The way we do that is by, let's go to the tracer and apply, we can apply a, for example, array modifier, which is basically polar array. Now, if we put the tracer inside this array, we can start having this kind of shapes. I'm gonna scale the radius down to the 0. And we're gonna lower the part number. And here we can start having these shapes. The only problem with array, and I'm not sure why it's doing this, if we play the animation, it's linking between the particles, which is, we don't want that effect. So instead of using array, I'm going to use symmetry in this case. And I'm going to do the symmetry on, you can choose different Let's do it on the XY, and let's have another symmetry on top of this symmetry and do it in the other direction. And this is how we can have this kind of animations. If we want to have it as animation, you can have it. But in my case, I'm going to try a different seed to have a different result. This could look more interesting. Oh, sorry. And it's there in this 3D also. So now what I'm gonna do to this tracer is that I'm gonna drop it under a volume builder as we did with the structure for the tower. And then again, let's go down with the voxel size. And since it's lines inside this symmetry, you can still adjust the radius and the density as we did before. We are in the signed distance field, so we can add dilate and erode to offset this shape. And what is nice about dilate and erode is that it's working in both directions. So I'm offsetting this shape, and then I'm dropping another one on top of it. Now I'm gonna offset but minus. In that it's not just gonna undo what we did before. No, it's gonna give another effect, as we can see inside here. So let's increase this one to 20. And back to this one. Let's decrease it more. And as we can see, it's giving different results. It's not just undoing what happened. So then you can also use a smooth, not too much. And also you can have higher resolution for the voxel size. You can try on your own later if you are interested in these kind of shapes. And then we can switch to mesh again to have these cool mesh. And remember that it is animated, but it's gonna take forever to be done because in each frame, it's gonna apply all these effects to give us the results. So let's disable the volume shader and work with the builder only, and we can see that it is animated. Now, this is not our main focus. We are not working on the animations, but it is a cool animation also. So basically, this is the technique behind having this kind of shapes. And do you know what would be the same as volume builder in Blender? Does it have that feature? I'm not sure. There is, it's called liquid mesh or something like this. But I don't use Blender, so honestly, I don't know. But check if there's something similar, you can use the same techniques for sure. And yeah, this is for this exercise. Now we're going to jump quickly to the final exercise. Can you use the particles as light and create a path for it to wrap around an object? Yeah, I got what you are saying, but this is not going to be covered in today's webinar. You mean you want the particles to curl on a surface? In this case, you need to use Espresso. There's no native or default tools to do that. So you have to do some scripting inside Cinema. You can find some solutions related to that, but there's no tool to do that directly. And hope that answered the question. I'm not sure if I answered correctly. Okay, so now, okay, cool. For the last one, we're gonna see how we can use these guys to create, like this method to create something like this. So it's again pretty simple. We're gonna stick to this file. I'm gonna delete the symmetry. Let's have the tracer. Don't need this one. And you guys, you have a technique. It's pretty simple. You can just watch the video and apply it and it will work. We don't need the volume builder. We need the field force. We don't need the array. This time we're gonna make it more simple. Okay, what's inside this? We're gonna delete this one. And again, this is our default settings. 180. So it's it's emitting down. What's happening? Let's add them. Particles emitter. Okay, cool. Rotate 90. It's emitting up. And yeah, we need again a force field. We need to select the emitter and then choose tracer. Now, if we go to the emitter settings, we can go to the emitter tab here, and emitter type, we can change it to cone, and it should be represented as something like this. In this case, we're not going to see it, but that's allow us to change this angle, which means that for now, if we go to the emitter and change the angle, let's say 45, since it's a cone, it should change. So let's use minus 45, it should go up. We cannot go minus. Right. That should not happen, but okay, let's keep it as it is and change the vertical angle to 60. Now it is emitting outside with an angle. And inside the force field, what's cool about it, we're not going to use field. We can use field, but we can easily drop a circle, change the circle to, basically, there's no one solution for this. You can use whatever you want, but just to demonstrate that if we drop a shape, it will understand it. And it will build vectors based on this shape. So now, if we run, we can see that it is following the circle because it gives us a, you can see the vectors right now. So let's have the simulation going till something like this point. Let's just adjust the angle. Now, each settings will give you different result. It is not 100% the same. We're gonna just cover the idea behind it. That inside Cinema, I can use let's break this tracer and current state to object, so that will give us a set of lines. I'm gonna use these lines for my work. So I'm gonna drop a floor, scale it up, and I will decrease. Let's make sure it covers the lines. I'm gonna decrease the segments, then press C to convert to editable, and then I'm gonna just select these guys and move them down. I know that I want, I'm adding a loop. Let's disable the snap, adding it here because I want to have a straight ground under the object here. So now if I move these guys, it will give me this surface. I'm gonna smooth it quickly. I'm gonna spend so much time on it just to demonstrate the idea that I can select these curves, go to point, select all the point, right click here and say project, and that will ask you here what is the mood. We will choose, okay, again pay attention to the axes, XZ. Okay, so we have the Y flip down. We were working upside down. That's why the points were emitting down. Anyway, maybe it's because we're gonna continue like this. We're gonna set the plan to XZ in this case and say apply, and it will project to whatever object underneath this projection. So pay attention when you do projection inside Cinema to not have multiple objects, because it's gonna project to everything is down. So have in the viewport, and not by using solo mode. Disable everything or hide it here from the object manager and have only your shape that you want to project on. Just want it could be very helpful, this stuff, to model a site or whatever. It's basically same as what we can do in Rhino. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw a platonic, this object here, and I'm gonna apply a modifier or a deformer to this platonic, which is spline wrap under the platonic. And what spline wrap do is basically we can now give this deformer an object, sorry, rail spline, sorry guys. And we want to use this, we're basically going to use both, but first we're going to use this one. Again, back to spline wrap, tracer 1, and that will wrap this platonic around these objects, or around these lines. And basically, this is what happened here in this one. Now, the simulation from the beginning, it has its effect on the shape and all this stuff. Every time you have different settings, but basically it's to cover also the point or the techniques, the tools behind it. So now we can go back to the platonic, we can scale it up, and that will follow. There is different parameters we can use. We can work inside this one, inside the spline wrap. And you can see here, and also you can animate this one if you want. So let's have something like this. Now you will have surfaces intersecting with each other, but this are not paying that much attention to this one in this exercise. And as for the lower part, you can also choose spline wrap for anything you want, or we can, for example, use a sweep. Let's use a sweep. This is a rail, and our cross section could be inside, which means that I can control the side of this one and have 3, which will give me a triangle. Then you can go back to sweep and say, go to object. Also, you can play with these parameters, end growth, start growth, and all this stuff. We want the end scale not to be 100. This is how we can have like this kind of feeling that this building has a structure on this ground underneath it. And yeah, we're not gonna dive like deeper on what you can do. You can use, again, you can go to the tracer. I'm not sure if we can change. Let's switch to broad shading. If we change from adaptive to uniform, it's not gonna work because it will add 8 segments between each point of these. So let's stick to the adaptive. Yeah, in this case, we'll see how we can solve this one. Now let's focus on the upper part, which is a platonic. Let's name it, again, body. Let's have another one, name it structure. And let's have another one, name it slabs. Let's hide these two. Structure, I'm gonna drop it quickly under atom array. I will increase the sphere size to 10 and the segment size to 10. And we can go down a little bit. Then we have the body. Actually, I'm gonna name it the facade. And I wanna mention the way that we can create this kind of transition in the facade. It might be not so obvious here, but you can say it, you can see it here. Which one? This one. How we can have these kind of responsive skin or transition in the skin panels. So it's close to what we can do in Maya, where we have 2 different meshes, same points and same same points and same polygons count. We're gonna do the same here, but first let's drop it under a subdivision surface, and we don't want to have these smooth shapes. We're gonna switch the type of the subdivision surface and go down, switch between them to this one, which is open subdiv B linear, which will maintain the hard edges. Now, this is cool, but the problem with this mesh is that for the large parts, we have larger panels. For the small part, we have smaller panels. In order to have equal size of panels, let's say, or mesh subdivision, we're gonna drop the subdivision surface, which is in this case, we're gonna name facade, and drop it under a remesh modifier. And this is super helpful, but pay attention if the mesh is high dense, it might crash or it might take forever in order to work. So it is not that big, this one. So we have the option to say the polygon type quad or triangles. We're gonna stick to triangles, but as we can see, now we have equal almost size for these triangles all around the different mesh. And that, if it is not so useful in this exercise, it could be very helpful in different cases. And we did this to mention that we have different panel size, which give us different sizes when we subdivided using the subdivision deformer. So we used remesh to give us like almost the equal sizes all over the mesh. So you can also change the density. You can try to keep outlines. It will follow the outlines, keep creases. Also, it will like help following the initial shape. It's not that much important. Now, in order to have this transition in the panel size, it is, if you guys are familiar with Maya, it is same, but it's a little bit hidden inside Cinema 4D. So we're gonna try to mention it because I think it's important. Now let's have this mesh at the current state. Let's hide this one and name it massage 1 and have another copy. Let's name this one 2. And in order to apply what we want, let's take it up here. We're gonna select the faces on the first one, and we're gonna press MW on the keyboard, which is, if we right click, it is extrude inner. So now if we extrude, nothing's happening because we have to uncheck the preserve groups, which will offset each surface. So now I'm offsetting to the left. For the first one, I will offset just a little bit, and I'm gonna delete the selection. So I left with these segments. For the second one, let's hide this one. Let's select the surfaces again and extrude inner, but this time more. Now pay attention to that one here. I'm gonna do it again. That's why we try to have equal sizes for the panels as much as possible, because while you are dragging down, some of them will do this because the size is different. It is not a big problem. You can visualize the smaller one and try to not break it and then delete, but pay attention. Sometimes if it is at the exact same amount and you welded this point, now you will have a different point number between the first mesh and the second mesh, and that will cause a problem. So let's try to not break any surface. So now we have these two meshes with different panel sizes, openings. How are we gonna have a transition between them? Is by using pose morph. So if we right click on one of them and go to the rigging tags, and when you right click on the object, you have all these different tools, and on top you have what tags you can add. As for Corona, for example, you can add a normal camera and then add a Corona tag if you are not using Corona camera from this tab, for example. So for now, we're gonna go to rigging tag and we're gonna go to pose morph. Now pay attention, there is a deformer called morph, but it will not work alone. And this is tricky. Right click, go to rigging tags, and then we choose pose morph. In the pose morph, we're gonna select what are we going to mix? We're going to mixing the points in this case. So let's choose points, and that will drop us inside this window. Here we have the base pose and we have the pose 0. We don't want the pose 0, we can delete it. And now we are working with the first one. We're gonna click and drag the second one here, and it will ask us add as an absolute yes or relative no. Say yes. Now we have facade 2. If we select here and we move this one, we can see that it is transitioning between the first and second one. To see it more, let's hide the second one from the viewport and hide it from the render also. We're not gonna delete it, just hide it. Now you can see that we are having this transition between the two meshes. And remember that they had to have the same amount of points, polygons, edges, everything. Now, again, we need, this pose morph tag doesn't have fall off to add an attractor. So we need to add something has the ability to take attractor, which is the pose morph deformer or morph deformer. But before we add it, pay attention to this one. You have to select the pose that you added, which is the facade 2. We make sure, and then we switch to animate. If we didn't switch to animate, it will not work. Now switch to animate, and now you will have this slider here. And now if we go to the deformer and morph and apply it to this one, it will work. Now to apply this one directly while we are selecting the facade, we're gonna hold Shift. If we hold Alt, it will put it at a parent of the object, as we do with the green deformer, with the green tools, modifiers. And if we click Shift and release, it will automatically add it as a child, and that's what we want. Now, if you go to the morph now, and make sure if you move this one and work, now everything's working. Now we have the fall off tab, where we can integrate any type of attractor that we want or field. Now let's use the sphere field or linear. Let's use linear. And this is a linear field. As you can see, now it is working. And it is up to you how you want to apply it. I'm gonna rotate 90 degrees in the Y direction and scale it up a little bit. Now you can see that the upper part is having the bigger panels and the lower part having the smaller panels. Now that could be because we want the upper part to have more sun, or the opposite, because the upper part, there's more sun hitting it. We need the lower part to have larger panels and the upper part to be almost closed. And that's it for having the responsive skin, let's say. Now we still have another version from this one called slabs, which is the closed geometry inside. And for this one, we can do the same technique that we did in the first exercise, which is using Voronoi fracture with a source coming from a matrix that it is, let's name it slabs, and choose linear, as we can see here. Yeah, because everything is flipped. Don't forget in this exercise, just by mistake, it's going down. So now let's drop the slab matrix inside the source of the Voronoi that affecting the closed shapes inside. And we're going to have the same, which is quickly going to give us a. Now, here we are cheating a little bit, but we're having slabs in a very complex geometries in a very fast way. So quickly, we can go back to the atom array structure and drop it under a volume builder. Decrease the have a higher volumes voxel size. And volume measure, just to have that this kind of that the shape is connected. You can also spend more time on it and say I want to offset, and then I want to smooth at 100% in order to have these kind of connections on the corners, which make it look organic. And also when you have when they are touching, it's no longer just intersecting, it's creating kind of uniform mesh around the geometry, which kind of cool. And for the facade, the easier way to extrude the mesh, which is the facade one, let's put them both in a group, name it facade. And we know now that we're going to work on the facade one. And the easier way to extrude it without breaking it is by using cloth surface, which basically has an option for the thickness. Let's lower the subdivision to 0 and change the thickness. We want it to go inside, which is basically extruding these panels. Now for the slabs that they are cutting the facade, if we go back here, this is the slabs to the platonic and scale it down. By just selecting the platonic, we don't have to see it, and click in an empty space and scale down. It should scale everything with the Voronoi fracture with the slabs. So we still have slabs inside, but they are not touching the facade. And for the lower part, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do, you can go quickly. Where is this part? Sweep. Let's name it base. And you can try to add it under a remesh, which will again give you an equal distribution for the panels almost. And you can change the density. We don't want to see higher density. And now it's more reasonable to throw it inside atom array to have this kind of structure. But basically it is, and then you can also apply the same technique here, but isn't necessary. It could be just like to have something going down as a structure. So basically, this is for this exercise. We are not we're not gonna do a render for this one because we already, I think we crossed the 4 hours. Just to visualize what happened. Quick sum. Start interactive. Yeah, because everything is flipped, we have to go back to the sun coordinates, and instead of -45, let's see, say +45. And I hope. No, it's not gonna work because in Corona that would know it's the night time for the sun in this case. Let's use the Corona light instead. She's not super realistic, but just to see what we have now, we can see in the render that the effect of the facade is not working. And that's, let me check. It is working, but it is not so obvious. That's what's nice about seeing what's happening in the render. Let's start again. Now it should work. Yeah, here we go. Again, playing with the camera focal lengths, some lights, LUTs, one simple material, and it should work. Now, to make it easy, you're gonna select everything, put it in a group, and give it a material. And okay, last time. And that's it. Okay, pay attention to switching to Corona render. Then click render. Switch to Corona. Octane, I switched to Octane, sorry, Corona. And now click render so we can see the result inside the Octane frame buffer. And that's what we got here. And I think that's it for today's webinar. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, you can ask.
Hey,
Hey,
good stuff. Very cool. Does anyone have any questions? Or if anyone feels like they want to ask a question with their voice or camera, is also an option. Click the raise hand button, or you can just ask it in the chat. If not, we can let everyone go to rest, and there'll be recording as the email we sent before the webinar describes, which will be emailed to you.
yeah, guys, if you like it, do some exercises. Don't just watch it. Do some exercises to have the ideas stuck in your mind, and yeah, share it with us.
Did this one last time.
Glad you guys enjoyed. I think there's no, I don't know.
There's no questions, so yeah, let's just end it there. Will there be a Discord or some forum post this? No, there won't be any Discord post this. Chris Lee likes it. That's good.
Yes. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but you can always reach out to Ayoub.
Yeah, sure. I'm always available on Instagram. Any question? Yeah, anything, I'll be there.
Yeah. How long have you been using Cinema?
I started with Rhino, then Cinema. Basically, from the beginning, it's like, I don't know, it's like 7 years, something like this. Does anyone use Max? Yeah, with a lot of like failures,
yeah.
and not be able to do what you want. So yeah.
Does anyone use Max? Yeah, we just had a Max one.
Yeah.
The last 4 webinars with Amir.
Amir, you can check his profile. He's always doing webinars by himself. Also, you can join if you are interested in that stuff. Houdini or Cinema 4D? In terms, yeah,
they're like the people are using both usually. I mean,
I would say that Cinema 4D is between Maya and Houdini. It has a little bit from this one, like it has this fold pattern, like you can model these fluid shapes. It's much more easier to work on your models by your hand. And in terms of procedural workflow, no, there's nothing like can beat Houdini. But yeah, Cinema is in the middle between these two.
I have for some reason this kind of like, if you had Rhino and Grasshopper would be like having Cinema and Houdini. Like Cinema is kind of like, to me, like the non-node based Houdini. Like a lot of the tools are the same, and
yeah, but you still cannot do everything you want as you can do in Houdini, to be honest.
Well, that's the same, like you can't do everything you want in Rhino as you can in
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's very like, if you look at tutorials online, you'll find most Houdini users are using Cinema like for their manual modeling.
Yeah, and there's a good link between them, which is the Houdini engine, as you can do the assets in Houdini and import it to Cinema. And it is very helpful. Like Cinema is very nice when it comes to rendering, because like you can really move around and interact with the scene in a different way than that Houdini. So yeah.
Just something I noticed, like
haven't seen people using Houdini for hard surface modeling. You have to check Mike and and Afterform.
Yeah, we're doing a whole huge collection with it.
Yeah, check them, and then you will be like very sad.
I'm trying to find squares from here. I don't know why I can't find his right now.
Are you able to save the models in 3D printing file type? Yeah, you have just to pay attention to the polygon count and you are good to go.
Yeah, using this for, just put this here.
Should I stop sharing if you want to share anything?
No, I don't need to share. I'm just sharing links. Any more questions?
So it's a little bit hard to hand model all this stuff. So have to be some procedural techniques inside these shapes.
Which one was the third one again? Which was the third lesson?
Which one?
It's amazed at the third lesson. I really thought you hand modeled that. What was the third lesson? I can't remember which one it was.
Ah,
The
third
tower.
lesson. Ah, third exercise. Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you everyone for joining. Keep an eye on your emails for the recording. And thank you, Ayoub, for your time.
Thank you
Great
guys. Thank you,
webinar,
Mike.
and, we'll speak soon.
Thank you so much. See you soon,
Thank
guys.
you.
Yeah,
Bye,
bye-bye.
everybody.